please open the commission.
The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Mr. Edgar.
Good morning. We say Mabungura Guran in Yaru. I'm surprised this morning to be here and so grateful to be as well. But from the Yaru point of view, I welcome you here to this nice, beautiful Broome Day today. We say Ngaji Gurjin, Widya Nganran Nyambogan Buru. I welcome you here with good feelings from the bottom of my heart and from previous ancestors as well. We say Nyambogan Buru, Nyambaribi Bijera, Yarongan, Chuganingan. They're the two custodians from this Broome area. On behalf of Yaro traditional elders, I would like to welcome everyone here to this special occasion in this Royal Commission. We would like to acknowledge everyone who have travelled from all different places and to come forward to this special occasion. Kulia Gabon, Yala Gabon, Bana Gabon, and Kunia Gabon. You've come to this occasion. We hope you respect our culture and values, and also you stay in Anyambagan Buru, which is Broome. Broome means this place. Mabu Lian, feelings, Mabu Nganga. In good words, I say to you, Miriam Marajano. You will have a good working day today. My uncle always emphasized this. Waran Yari Lian, Yangran, Ngarungaran. Means one good feelings from long time ago. In Yaro, this means to agree with one spirit, one feeling, and one mind. You are now Australian citizens, and the Yaro people welcome you to the land and sea, for which we are custodians, and your lian, your feelings be strong wherever you in this Nyambagan Buru Yaro country. Kalamabu, thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edgar. As a Karadjari man and descendant, as you've said, of Yaru elder, and for the welcome to the country that you have given us this morning. We respectfully acknowledge the Yaru people, the traditional owners of the land where we gather today, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We also acknowledge the rich and diverse Aboriginal cultures to which you've referred that continue in the Kimberley region, and extend our respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. Thank you very much for coming and for welcoming us.
Thank you.
Mr. Bolster.
Commissioners, I appear with my learned friends Ms Hill and Ms Bergen at this hearing. And can I say before I commence my opening that we have a Kimberley Creole interpreter in the hearing room today, and if anyone needs help with language, please let our staff know and the interpreter will be able to help you. Commissioners, in this fourth substantive public hearing, the focus of the evidence will be on aged care in remote areas of Australia and the related issues of access and inclusion, with specific attention being directed to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. People who identify as being Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander comprise 16% of the remote population and 46% of the very remote population. For this reason, it is important that the Royal Commission, when inquiring into aged care in remote areas, consider aged care services for people who identify as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander. It would, however, be a mistake to conflate Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and life with regional and remote locations, remembering that over 60% of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people live in major cities or inner regional areas. With that in mind, and while it will receive some attention in this hearing, the particular needs of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people living in urban areas will be explored further in later hearings, including the Perth hearing next week. What is remote aged care? We commence the answer to the question by identifying examples that frame the experience of delivering aged care in some of the most remote locations imaginable. At Docker River in the Northern Territory, close to its southwestern corner, is a facility known as Chilpi Pampalu Ngura Aged Care Service. It services a population of 394 with a median age of 31, of whom 74% are Aboriginal. It is funded to provide care for 19 residential care places and 22 home care packages. Chilpi Pampalu Ngura is in the traditional lands of the Anangu people, and the predominant language is Pitjantjatjara, English being spoken at home in only 14% of households. Alice Springs is nearly 700 kilometres to the east on principally dirt roads and involves an 8 to 9 hour drive or a chartered plane. There are no regular airline services. Diesel is the only fuel available. The median annual income is $15,000, just over a quarter of what it is in Darwin. We'll be talking about Docker River shortly. On the other side of the border, in the Anangu, Pitjantjatjara, Yunkanatjara, or APY lands in remote South Australia, 217 elders receive aged care services through Aboriginal community services, from whom you will hear evidence, predominantly via the Commonwealth Home Care Support Program, as well as a limited number of home care packages. Balgo, or Wirramanu, in the eastern Kimberley, is a 250 kilometre trip south of Halls Creek and over 10 hours from Kununurra. The drive is mainly on dirt roads that are often impassable in the wet season. A population of between 500 and 600 is serviced by a health centre run by the Kimberley Aboriginal Health Service, with visits by doctors of the Kimberley Aboriginal Medical Service. Aged care services, predominantly home care packages and CHSP, are delivered via Kimberley Aged Care Services, an arm of the WA Country Health Service, known as WACS. That's in partnership with the local Aboriginal Corporation. At Balgo, a loaf of bread and long life milk cost around 3 times the price that you'll pay for them in Kununurra. Balgo is one of a number of remote communities in the Kimberley where care is delivered through a place-based partnership model where there is a relationship with the local Aboriginal Community Corporation. CACS, that is Kimberley Aged Care Services, also delivers home care packages directly at a number of other remote locations, as well as undertaking client case management reviews, referrals to specialists, recruiting and training remote workers, as well as quality monitoring at smaller locations. On Thursday Island, there is a 40-bed residential aged care facility known as the Star of the Sea, where 80% of the staff identify as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander. Star of the Sea is the only residential aged care facility in the Torres Strait. It contains a central meeting room known as the Ocean Room that overlooks the Torres Strait, thereby providing residents with a connection to the ocean, to which that unique culture is inextricably attached. As the High Court observed in Mabo No. 2, the Merian people of the Torres Strait retain a strong sense of affiliation with their forebears and with the society and culture of earlier times. They have a strong sense of identity with their islands. In the case of the Torres Strait, the geography is such that many of the islands are small and spread over a vast area, as the map, which should be on display, identifies. Finally, 200 kilometres south of Broome is Bidjadanga, one of the largest remote Aboriginal communities in Western Australia, with a population of 700 to 1,000 people. It is home to 5 language groups: Garrajeri, Jawalini, Mangala, Nyangamata and Yulpacha. Bidyadanga has a dedicated aged care service with a CHSP-funded HAC centre, HAC being a reference to the former Western Australian Home and Community Care Program. People in Bidyadanga have high care needs. There are no residential care options available other than a move far away from country to Broome. Consistent with what this Royal Commission has been told in earlier hearings, people in Bidyadanga have a strong preference for being able to stay in their own home. Just as importantly, they want to stay on country for as long as possible. Bidyadanga has a health centre, general store and outposts of government agencies, including Australia Post and Centrelink. The local fishing is good. I'm told the blue-nosed threadfin salmon cooked on coals is a good reason to stay there. These are just a few practical examples of the remote places where aged care is delivered. Each will be the subject of evidence at this hearing. I turn now to the question of what remote means. For the purpose of delivering services in remote Australia, the Commonwealth relies on at least two methods of classifying regions as remote or very remote. The first of these, known as the modified Monash model, is used for service delivery purposes by the Department of Health. It has 7 levels ranging from level 1, which represents major cities, through to levels 6 and 7 for remote and very remote. It's best explained by a chart that should be coming up on the screen now. The yellow portions are the very remote portions. They're triple M7, and the triple M6 portions are the lilac colour, slightly closer to the coast on the east coast. And in the case of Tasmania, there's another graph which we attach, and the Commission will see that both in the case of King Island and the Flinders Island group, they are very remote. There is a comparable ABS remoteness classification which is largely to the same effect, and the relevant charts for that purpose will be in the evidence. Any consideration, though, of remote aged care needs must extend beyond the states and the internal territories and address the external territories as well. Of the 7 external territories, only 3 support a permanent population: Christmas Island, the Cocos and Keeling Islands and Norfolk Island. All 3 are classified as very remote under the modified Monash model, and the Commonwealth Department of Infrastructure, Regional Development and Cities has responsibility for healthcare on both Christmas Island and Cocos Island. That is delivered through a standalone Indian Ocean Territories Health Service. A recent March 2019 report by PricewaterhouseCoopers, prepared for the Commonwealth, noted that although each has a strong and easily accessible primary healthcare service, which is known as the Indian Ocean Territories Health Service, there is no residential aged care in either territory. Complex procedures are delivered in Western Australia. The PwC report is currently with government, and community consultations were commenced on Christmas Island in May, and there will be future consultations on Cocos Island in June. This is a significant issue and one that will be explored in further hearings. Norfolk Island's situation is slightly different. Norfolk is categorised as RA5 under the ABS remoteness classification. It is not classified under the modified Monash model. It is located within the South East Sydney Aged Care Planning Region and the Central and Eastern Sydney Public Health Network. Norfolk Island Health and Residential Aged Care Services is an integrated multi-purpose service. I'll be talking more about multi-purpose services later. It provides 14 high care residential aged care places on the island. Can we turn now to the Kimberley? The Kimberley Aged Care Planning Region is one of 73 planning regions across Australia, and you've already heard evidence about the significance of such reasons for aged care planning and funding purposes. The Kimberley region provides a useful snapshot of the features of aged care in remote and very remote Australia. Although it must be acknowledged that there are many differences between regions across the country, including cultural and geographic differences. According to ABS census data from 2016, published by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare on the Generation Aged Care website, just over 31.5% of the region's population aged 50 or over identifies as an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander person. That's to be contrasted with the national or state average of about 1.5%. 21.3% of the population over 65 was born overseas, as opposed to around 36% nationally. But there is a higher proportion of people over 65 for whom English is not their preferred language. In terms of service delivery, there are a number of features that stand out. Although there are more residential aged care places per 1,000 people than the state and national average, the vast majority of residential care places are provided by not-for-profit providers. This equates to around 83 places per 1,000 people over 70. At this hearing, you will hear evidence from and about providers that operate in Western Australia, particularly in the Kimberley, the Northern Territory, South Australia and far North Queensland, servicing the Torres Strait. Whilst a number of places are provided by government providers, roughly 6 per 1,000, there are no residential aged care places provided by for-profit organisations in the Kimberley, whereas on average there are 30 places per 1,000 people aged 70 or over nationally, and around 22 per 1,000 in Western Australia, provided by for-profits. In the Kimberley, unlike the position nationally, slightly more males use permanent residential aged care than females. Similarly, unlike the position nationally and in the rest of the state, the majority of residents in the Kimberley are Aboriginal and or Torres Strait Islander. There is also a markedly higher proportion of people whose preferred language is not English, even though such residents were born in Australia or another English-speaking country. Perhaps the most significant comparison between the Kimberley and urban Australia is to be seen in the age profiles of those that use aged care. And there's a graph that should be coming up on the screen now. Focusing for the moment on those that use residential aged care, it can be seen that as of 30 June 2017, the demand by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander males presents at a much earlier age than is the case in the typical urban cohort. The graphs that follow provide a comparison between the demand for residential care and home care in the Kimberley, Alice Springs and Inner West Sydney regions. It gives much the same impression, establishing that the largest cohort of men in the city is likely to be between 80 and 90 years old, whereas in the Alice Springs and the Kimberley, the corresponding cohort is much younger, spanning the years 65 to 79. The position is roughly comparable in the case of women, although the gap would seem to be slightly smaller, given that Aboriginal women tend to enter aged care later than males. I turn now to the question of culturally safe care. There are also particular important considerations that arise in relation to the provision of aged care for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, which will be explored at this hearing. It's important to note the diversity of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultures and language. There are over 500 Indigenous nations and over 250 different language groups across Australia. An approach that works for one particular cultural group may not be appropriate in another setting. At the forefront of these challenges, whether care is delivered in the city, rural or remote Australia, it needs to be culturally safe and culturally appropriate. Whilst this encompasses many things and will hold different meanings for different cultural groups, for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, we will hear that at its centre is the acknowledgement of the identity of the person and their connection to community and country, their community and their country. One witness will tell you that this may mean different things in different parts of the country, and in that sense it has aspects that are location-based and dependent on the particular cultural practices of the region. It also has an individual element that depends upon the personal history of the person, and in this respect, the perspective of people in the stolen generation comes to mind. The following are common themes that the evidence is likely to demonstrate. The first, as I've said, is connection to country. We will hear about the importance of having connection with country and staying on country as people age. For people who are no longer living in their country, having the opportunity to return to country is important. You will hear how in Derby and in other places, the Juniper facilities, like other facilities across the country, arrange to transfer residents to country with support staff. You will hear of the challenges for older people who may be forced with having to go off country to access health and aged care services, in particular when it comes to residential care. Secondly, there is the connection to family and community. In this respect, we will explore the unique role of the elder in traditional Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities and how the important cultural responsibilities associated with that role need to be understood when attempts are made to provide care. We expect that you will hear evidence about a collectivist culture where there is a sharing of resources and the challenges in delivering home care to an older person in that setting. Thirdly, there is language. Language plays an important role for many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in their connection to culture, kinship, land and family. And languages are the foundation upon which the capacity to learn, interact and to shape identity is built. Fourthly, there are important cultural requirements in the lead up to and immediately following the passing of an Aboriginal person. You will hear evidence about how for some cultures a smoking ceremony is conducted in the deceased's living space for the purpose of for religious and cultural purposes, together with ceremonies after death that may involve keeping the body in place for a period of time before burial in country. In some cultures, it may be appropriate for attendance by kin or community members at ceremonies associated with an impending death. It would appear that there may be a need to provide notice that a person is dying so that arrangements can be made for necessary attendances for sorry time or sorry business. Singing ceremonies before and after death need to be understood and respected. You will hear of one service that has sought to have a separate palliative care residence where there is space for family and community to spend time with the older person. At the same time, it needs to be borne in mind that some Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have cultural reservations about discussing these matters. We seek to approach this matter respectfully and in good faith so that these matters can ensure better delivery of culturally safe care. Food, of course, plays an important role in culture. You will hear evidence that delivery of cultural food at least once a week in a residential facility will enhance the experience of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander elders. Awareness of these relationships and a commitment to embrace them is critical to delivering culturally safe care and obtaining the trust of the resident and their community. We will also explore what is culturally safe palliative care, an issue that can be complicated by some traditional approaches to death. On another level, the everyday delivery of care may involve attention to significant male and female roles and kinship relationships. Gender, clan and kinship can impact on whether it is appropriate for a particular person to provide care to another person. This can present challenges in terms of workforce and recruitment. Overall, the delivery of cultural safe care is based on trust on the part of the care recipient, and this is an issue that will be considered by a number of the witnesses. One witness is likely to tell you that it is best where care is provided as close as possible to home by people who are sensitive to the history and culture and needs of that resident, and you'll hear from some of those witnesses today. Another witness will talk about place-based models of care. You'll also hear about the time that it takes to develop trusted relationships that are required to deliver care. Ruth Crawford, a nurse for 45 years, is the manager of the Kimberley Aged Care Service, and she will give evidence tomorrow about the partnership model of care that operates in places such as Balgo, Bidjadanga and a number of other remote communities within the Kimberley. You will hear that where care is not culturally safe, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are not likely to access services. You will also hear about the challenges that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people face in navigating my aged care. The barriers that prevent access to the aged care system or getting the types of level of assistance they need come in many forms. The aged care assessment process requires a person to talk about their intimate and personal health, their domestic situation, all of this with a complete stranger. That stranger may be of the opposite sex and may not have had any cultural awareness training. You will hear that this framework leads to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people avoiding the aged care system, withdrawing from ACAT discussions or understanding that their withdrawing from the ACAT discussion. You will also hear how my aged care assumes a level of literacy and good access to postal services, as well as e-literacy and connection that is not a reality in some parts of Australia. You will hear about the services that work to get around these barriers by wrapping around the older Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander person. They use their pre-existing relationship of trust to get the person to an ACAT assessment and support them through it. Much of this work is done without aged care funding and depends upon the goodwill and flexibility of committed services and staff and members of the local community. Language is also a barrier. When an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander interpreter is required, in the limited circumstances that there is a professional interpreting services available, the person can be required to pay for this out of their home care package. Can I turn then to funding structures? Commissioners, you have already heard evidence about how aged care is predominantly delivered through residential aged care, home care packages, as well as the Commonwealth Health Home Support Program. Some providers of residential and home care are also eligible for viability supplements in recognition of the additional costs of delivering care in remote settings or to people defined as special needs groups under the Act, and that includes Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Whilst each of these programs operate in the context of remote and very remote Australia, there are additional programs that will be under examination in this hearing, which we would like to outline briefly. The first and largest of those is the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flexible aged care program known as NACSIFAC, or sometimes NATSIFlex, which I will use because I think it's easier. The stated objects of that program are to deliver a range of services to meet the changing aged care needs of the community, to provide aged care services to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people close to home and community, to improve access to aged care services for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, to improve the quality of culturally appropriate aged care services for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and to develop financially viable, cost-effective and coordinated services outside of the existing mainstream programs. NATSIFlex operates, as I said, outside of the Aged Care Act, and providers are block funded based on an agreed allocation of aged care places and the types of places. Unlike ACFI funding, there are 2 levels of residential care and 2 levels of home care, both high, one, low. The intention is to provide stability of funding and flexibility. Nationally, the program funds 453 residential aged care beds, 11 respite places and 396 home care services in 30 organisations delivered through 35 services. Currently, the Commonwealth is prioritising the conversion to NATSIFlex status, for which there are only limited opportunities. And this is to a very small number of services, those that are likely to struggle under mainstream funding arrangements. Debate surrounds whether this is the right criteria or whether there should be any restriction on conversion of mainstream services to NATSIFlex status. You will hear from the provider Juniper about how their 40-bed facility at Kununurra, built with a Commonwealth grant, is precluded from NATSIFlex funding by reason of these criteria. There may, however, be reasons to prefer services that operate in the mainstream wherever possible, and that they only the conversion to NATSIFlex only be allowed if it's necessary to ensure ongoing viability. To put the matter in perspective, the Commonwealth projects that by 2029, the use of ACFI-funded residential care in remote and very remote Australia will have increased by nearly 700 places, or 63% on current levels. Similarly, the use of NATSIFlex funded places will have increased by 227, or 61%. Resident pathways into NATSIFlex care are broader and more flexible than the pathways under the Aged Care Act. ACAT assessment is not required, and referral can be from a range of sources, including My Aged Care, CHSP assessors, GPs, social workers, etc. Residential care can be either permanent or short-term, and you will hear evidence that in some locations, residents take up the care, particularly during the wet season when travel is difficult. At least one witness is likely to criticise the program on the basis that the flexibility of the system means that admission to residential care is often premature, expressing the view that care at home funded by other programs, including the NDIS, would suffice, and that such a result may be driven by providers looking to increase occupancy rates so as to increase their funding. Witnesses are also likely to consider whether the number of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people receiving aged care at an earlier age reflects gaps, whether current or historical, in primary health care and disability services rather than premature ageing. There is a real issue as to whether NATSIFlex funding enables service providers to respond to the pressures associated with the remote delivery of care, particularly having regard to the challenges of providing culturally appropriate care. Grants only operate for periods of between 2 and 3 years and seem geared to provide the revenue associated with providing care to residents, not providing the basis for any capital development or improvement. There are other avenues through which support, including for capital grants, is provided by the government, including the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Aged Care Service Development Assistant Panel, the SDAP. This program provides funding to enable providers to obtain specialist advice and assistance in a range of areas, including service delivery, sector support, and financial and project management. Australian Regional and Remote Community Services Limited, or ARCS, as we will refer to it, is the largest Naxiflex provider in the country, operating the facility at Docker River, previously referred to, and facilities at Mutijulu, Tennant Creek in the Northern Territory. Its related organisation, Peningbar, which operates in Queensland, is the operator of the Star of the Sea facility on Thursday Island. ARCS is one of the two providers through whom Uniting Care Queensland delivers aged care services to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. You will hear evidence from the Group General Manager of that organisation, responsible for the regional and remote communities services, along with the CEO of Uniting Care Queensland, the parent company. A second relevant program is the funding of multi-purpose services, or MPS, which are partnerships between the Commonwealth and state and territory governments to deliver integrated health and aged care services in very small communities, particularly in regions where it is not viable to operate a standalone hospital or a standalone aged care service. Mention also needs to be made of the Aged Care Rural and Remote Infrastructure Grants funding round, which provides support to regional, rural and remote aged care service providers to undertake infrastructure works. Could I then turn to the issue of home care packages in this region? Waiting times for the delivery of remote home care packages are a matter of concern and largely mirror the position in the rest of Australia. Evidence from the Commonwealth is to the effect that in remote and very remote Australia, there were 1,480 approvals for home care packages in calendar year 2018. Of those living in remote or very remote regions who were assigned their first package, regardless of level, in that period, only 38.8%, that is 608 people, received that assignment within 9 months. For most people, the time between approval and assignment exceeds 9 months. There were significant numbers who had not been assigned a provider after 18 months. 218. At the 2-year and beyond period, the figure was 68. And at the 3-year period, there were 28 people. Evidence from the Commonwealth is that in the case of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, they represent 3.1% of participants, although it is not at all clear the extent to which they are required to wait for packages. There is also a viability supplement paid to all of the providers referred to above, including Naxiflex and MPS, to recognise the higher costs of providing care due to the location, size and client mix of a service. Despite all of this, the Aged Care Financing Authority warned in September of last year that there were a number of facilities in regional and remote areas that were experiencing significant financial difficulties and were likely to be forced to merge with or sell to a larger provider. Could I then turn to what is a good news story? And if we could go back to Bidyadanga. You will shortly hear from 3 people who deliver care in the Aboriginal community of Bidyadanga. The community council there comprises 2 members of each of the 5 language groups. Primary medical care is delivered by the Kimberley Aboriginal Medical Service, CAMS, through the Bidyadanga Health Centre. On Wednesday, you will hear from the general practitioner who works for both CAMS and the Broome Regional Aboriginal Medical Service, that's BRAMS, and travels to Bidjananga for 2 days on a weekly basis to work at the clinic. Another doctor is also present for a number of other days during the week. The centre has 4 remote area nurses and 1 or 2 Aboriginal health workers. 1 senior Aboriginal health worker, who is a senior community member, has worked at the facility for well over 10 years. There are also currently 3 Aboriginal liaison officers who work part-time for the clinic and 2 full-time administration staff. CAMS also trains general practice registrars who come up on 6 to 12-month blocks to provide primary care and emergency services to the community. Through the prism of Bidjananga, the Commission can see firsthand the critical intersection between primary health and aged care in a location where there is no residential care in the traditional sense. You'll hear from Dr. Martin Laverty, the CEO of the Royal Flying Doctor Service, on the importance of that sort of primary health care as a means of avoiding admissions to hospital, often far away, and unwanted entry into residential aged care, also far away from that country. Tomorrow you will hear from representatives of 2 providers from the eastern part of the Kimberley. The first provider is Uniting Church Homes, who provide aged care services under the name of Juniper. It operates the Juna Nungamang Bawuna and Juniper Numbala Nunga facilities in Derby. Juniper, from whom you heard evidence at the first Adelaide hearing, cross-subsidises its remote residential facilities with revenue from its more traditional aged care operations in Perth. The second provider, Southern Cross Care, operates the Germanus Kent House here in Broome and the associated Brand New Day Community Centre. We also expect that you'll hear evidence from an Aboriginal enrolled nurse who has worked at Germanus Kent House, and that should occur within the next hour or so. These are 3 of the 6 residential care services in the Kimberley ACPR. Juniper also has a NATSIFLEX funded facility at Fitzroy Crossing and the larger 40-bed facility at Kununurra. Commissioners Ruth Crawford will also give evidence about the range of direct health and aged care services across the Kimberley through CACS. CACS receives state and federal funding and no private funding. As I've mentioned, it forms partnerships with Aboriginal controlled centres, out of which aged care services are provided directly to clients. Home care services are most often provided at the centre rather than at the homes, and you'll hear about this at Bidjananga, depending upon the preference of the client. You'll hear about the challenges in providing a Kimberley-based service that is able to be flexible and responsive. You'll also hear from Mr Graham Aitken, the Chief Executive of Aboriginal Community Services, which through NATSIFLEX provides home care services in the APY lands, as well as the rest of South Australia, as well as providing a residential aged care service in Adelaide. Mr Aitken is one of the witnesses who can speak to the issues that face Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are accessing aged care in the urban areas. I foreshadow that this is an issue that we expect to return to in the future hearings, including next week in Perth, where we will lead evidence about the Institute for Urban Indigenous Health in the context of considering person-centred care. It will come as no surprise, given the evidence that you have already heard about problems associated with the aged care labour market, that there are particular difficulties with finding and retaining appropriately qualified staff in remote locations. The problem operates on a number of levels. At the most remote locations like Docker River, higher qualified nursing staff have to be flown in and out at great expense In such locations, there are significant attraction and retention issues. We'll explore that later today. At the other end of the spectrum, locally engaged staff, often members of the same community that they serve, require training that may not even be available in the local area. We will look at how training can be delivered to remote staff, how they are all remunerated, and how they can be retained. Aspects of the June 2018 aged care workforce strategy that you have previously heard evidence about require mention here. In late 2018, the Commonwealth established the Remote Accord Leadership Group with Chris Hall, the Juniper CEO, as chair. This issue will be addressed in a workforce-themed hearing later in the year. At a different level, some of the issues that the group is likely to have to confront are those at the culture and care interface. For example, some Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander staff may, by reason of traditional custom, be prevented from carrying out certain roles, or they may have to devote their time to sorry business or other cultural responsibilities. Where traditional culture is strong, certain care tasks, including the more intimate tasks, can only be performed by outsiders, so as not to transgress customary rules. When staff develop experience and obtain qualifications, you will hear that they are often drawn to higher paying jobs in the health sector and the mining sectors. Like the rest of aged care, staff remuneration is a very real issue in this region. Finally, the question of obtaining mandatory police checks for staff is often seen as an issue that takes too long to achieve and can deter potential staff from applying for work. There is a need for flexibility when it comes to addressing all of these issues. Later today, Leon Flicker, Professor of Geriatric Medicine at the University of Western Australia and a leader in the field of Aboriginal aged care, will give evidence about his perspective on delivering aged care in remote Australia. He will give evidence about the barriers to the delivery of care for both Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people. He will speak about how and why Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are underrepresented in residential care, about how and why they are younger than non-Aboriginal people when they present ageing-related conditions. He will explain how testing is carried out for cognitive impairment in Aboriginal communities using what is known as the Kimberley Indigenous Cognitive Assessment, colloquially known as KICA. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, in this hearing we will seek to adduce evidence about the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander approach to the care of the older members of the community, how it differs from other approaches and philosophies within Australian society, and the extent to which the rest of Australian society can learn from that approach. In consultation in advance of this hearing, we have heard of perspectives of the elder in traditional Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander culture. We propose to explore that issue, to identify what the term elder really means, depending upon the location and context, and how it is associated with particular responsibilities in traditional culture. We will hear about the importance of elders in their community in terms of passing on stories, passing on cultural knowledge, and providing benefits that only they can offer. Finally, Commissioners, can I say through you to those Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who may be here, or who may be watching, or who may be listening, we want to hear from you about your experience of aged care. This Royal Commission is not a court. This Royal Commission is not the government. We are here to hear your voice, hear your stories, and engage with you. On Wednesday, after the conclusion of the Commission's hearing, there will be a community forum where those people can speak about their experience. We want them to come and we want to hear from them. That is my opening. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Bolster.
Commissioners, I call Faye Dean and Ryan Hammond.
I swear
I swear
by Almighty God
by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
I swear
I swear
by Almighty God
by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
that will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
If the document WIT 1142 0001 could be brought up, please. Ms Dean, there's a screen in front of you and there should be your copy of your statement on that. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
All
but
right, okay. And you've got a copy in front of you if you want to read it. Oh, you need your glasses? Go get your glasses. You're right now?
Yes, I am. Thanks.
Your name's Faye Philomena Dean,
Yes,
and that's your statement?
that's my statement.
Are you happy with the statement? Is there anything you want to change about it?
What was this one here, Ryan? There's just something in there that says we worked together with CACS, but it was also to do the. It was also partnered with Alzheimer's WA.
Yeah, we'll talk about all of that
Okay.
as we go through. Ryan, you haven't sworn a statement, but could you tell the Commission briefly what your role is in helping at the Bidjadanga community?
So I've been staffed with Faye for the last 3.5 years. I've been throughout the programs with AWA and CACS, and I've become just a right-hand man, I guess, to Faye, pretty much.
All right. Well, I'll ask you some questions shortly, but I'll just start with Faye, if you don't mind. So, Faye, I was going to ask you some questions about Bidjadanga, and just wanted to confirm that your role there is as a community care supervisor,
That's
correct?
correct.
What does that involve on a daily basis?
It's making sure the staff are there and doing their job, and it's also doing the office work, ticking off the tick sheets, making appointments for visitors coming in, the medical service, like the, what is it,
Between, let's say, taking people to the hospital to Broome, sorting out with Jemanis, like who's going into respite, organising maybe some health physios to come in.
Let's talk about the community, can we? How many people live there?
around about 750, 800.
Right. And how many people get aged care help from you through the centre?
Did you say about 11 or 12? What was it up there?
About 11 or 12? Yeah. Are they're on home care packages or CHSP?
We've got about 5 on home packages and the rest are on CHSP.
And are you the person that looks after and delivers the home care packages to them?
What do you mean?
Are you the one that helps them out on a daily basis?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could tell the commissioners, how do you do that? In the morning, I think your statement says that you go and pick them up from their home?
Yes. We then serve them some breakfast. If they need a shower or change, we do that, and then we do exercises. Usually the physio may come, and we'll do the exercises with the physio. We'll have as many people as we have there.
Yeah.
Usually help them with their lunches, shopping, whatever they want to do. If they have businesses they're worried about, we try and help them out.
Okay. So the centre is it a separate building in the community that you operate out of?
Yes.
And you bring them there from their home in the morning?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned you do the washing?
Oh yeah. We
do their washing?
We also do the home cleaning.
Yeah.
We take them on outings.
Where do you take them?
Which usually main thing is fishing.
Yeah.
Otherwise to town to do town trips, or we just finished Crocodile Park, adventure.
Yeah.
We did go up to the peninsula and visit them, and for about a week.
Yeah. And how old are the people that you look after?
What would we say?
Just roughly.
Well, the oldest there is 90.
90?
Yes.
And the youngest?
The youngest would be about in their 40s,
Yeah.
mid-40s.
Right. Okay. And you mentioned in your statement about a lady who didn't want to ever come out of a house.
Yes.
How did you manage to get her involved in what you do?
We do that, Ryan.
Don't mind if we can get our statement back up on the screen?
Yes, we put the statement up on the screen, yes. You got that?
There you go.
Yeah. So some of the things we did was she wouldn't really just come out for like normal day visits. She would only come out for maybe appointments and special occasions. So sometimes we just have like maybe the special occasion might be Pamper Day, another special, or we'll like if we needed her or you just wanted her to come out,
Yeah.
we would call it a special day, but it was just getting her out of the room. So we'll just put some extra paints out, and it's a little bit of lying, but
You talk,
it's one of the ways to get her out.
Ms. Dean, your statement talks about how she likes people coming around and talking to her. Are they your staff that go around and talk to her?
That's correct. That's my staff.
And do you go around and talk to her as well?
Yes. I can't get away sometimes.
Yeah. And so is this lady on a home care package?
She's on a home care package.
Does she require you to look after her place and clean a place for her?
When she goes to respite, the thing that she really doesn't like is leaving her little dogs behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we promise to go there and water and feed them, and otherwise the dogs will come to us at the centre.
Yeah.
And
Now, you mentioned in your statement looking after the finances of people, so looking after their bank accounts, settling and dealing with it. How difficult is that for you?
oh, it's really difficult. I don't. When they come to me, to the head office, to the main office, because it's just too confusing for the client. Especially when they've got to identify themselves. And and they don't remember things. Where's your Medicare card? This is an ID. This is very important for you. But the only thing that's important to her is the bank card.
And what about dealing with my aged care? Is that you have something to look after for them?
Well, yes, we'd like to do that, but we can't because we have a landline, we have to use our mobile, and it's a real waiting time too.
Does the community doesn't have a phone line that you can phone line that you can ring up line?
It has a phone line, but it doesn't have a phone. No, there's no phone. No, there's no phone.
All right. Now you've previously worked up at Juniper Numbala Nunga. Is that? Thank you. I'll try to get it right. Is that where you learned how to be a carer?
Basic residential, and they.
How long were you there for?
On and off. I mean, 5 years. But it was between nursing and as a cleaner.
What attracted you to looking after older people?
I respect my elders.
What's important about that? To you?
Respect, dignity, their well-being. Never to upset your elders.
Where did you learn that?
I learned it from my parents. And the Catholic Church. The St. John of God, these nuns were very young. But you learn quick.
All right. Now, you refer to yourself. You are a Karajari elder. What does that mean to those who really don't know what that means? Can you tell us what that means?
It basically means, area of land, your people, where my people were, situated. I've got to respect that land and look after it. That's basically.
Bijidanga's in Karajari land.
Yes.
And you say that you're an advocate. You use the word advocate. What does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? The advocate. To be the advocate.
To me, it means I'm well in a small way, but do my best to get them services that they require.
Yeah. And how do you? What's the most important thing that you have to know to be able to do that?
Respect again and go very slowly, go at their pace.
And you only stated that you have some staff who work for you. And do you train the staff? About how to deal with your elders?
Well, we told them the basics when they first come in. We have actually organised the training with their organisers, training with pace.
What's the most important thing when the outsiders come in? Like cats, to help you. What's the most important thing they need to understand?
To them, mainly not everything's going to happen. A lot of the times it won't happen. Whereas like some clients want to come in, and even though it's like a big drive down, and they're pointed at sometimes they have to stay 4 days, maybe 4 days to actually see them.
It's getting the staff to come to work all the time. Difficulty for you. Why is that?
Well, because of culture. Like if there's sorry time, they're away from we can't do anything. Got to respect that.
So who fills in the gap? You just do more.
We do more.
All right. Now there was some statements that you prepare for you to link them to their country. Could you tell how important it is that you prepare a box?
Yes, we did a care box for and it's really important. Because it tells them their little profile, a little story about them, tells them about who I am, where I came from, things that I like to do. We also put in special personal things on shelves. And somebody might want perfume or something. We'll chuck that in playlist, which is been in charge of. He does the special little music on the history thing, and they'll listen to their music all day. They're happy.
If you could change anything, if your decisions have changed things up to you and you were the boss, how would you change?
Traditional owners, when they got titlement of their lands, there was a grant from the government, and we were allowed to put family blocks outside of communities, around our areas where our fathers came from.
Yeah.
So we all have little blocks, and this is throughout the Kimberley, and traditional owners, when they got titlement of their lands, there was a grant from the government, and we were allowed to put family blocks outside of communities, around our areas where our fathers came from.
Yeah.
So we all have little blocks, and this is throughout the Kimberley, and they can't maintain it. They can't maintain these blocks themselves. I'm battling. That's why I'm working.
Yeah.
I have a block out there.
All right. But in terms of, if we could just focus on what your clients need, the people who you look after every day, what would you change if you could to make their situation better?
I'd give office staff permanent positions at the workplace, because right now it's just casuals.
Yeah. And how many hours a week do the staff get?
It's usually 20 hours.
Is that the most you can budget to pay them?
At the moment, yes.
Right. Okay. What else would you do? Do you have a car?
No, I'd love a car.
What would you use the car for if you could?
Oh, we do town trips. We'd be visiting other communities, because they've got families. You're sort of interrelated to the peninsula, Luma.
Yeah.
We'd shopping, fishing.
How do you get people around now?
Oh, we use the company car. We borrow it.
So that's the community's car,
Yes.
but not the
No, it's not that.
centre's car. Who's the person that makes the decisions about your service?
You could answer that, Ryan.
So we're under BACLG, which is Bijidenga Aboriginal
Corporation Inc.
Yeah, that isn't it, community. So they make the decisions of how HAC functions and works. Currently, it's the CEO is Tanya Baxter.
Mm-hmm. All right. Now, Ms. Dean, you've also mentioned about the advocacy you've done with Dementia Australia. Could you tell the Commission what that's about?
Sorry, can you?
Communicate. What work have you been doing with Dementia Australia?
Oh, yes, we do workshops. We went to the peninsula and we presented what is dementia to the HAC people over there. And that came out really good.
What was the message?
The message was, they have an illness just like everybody else.
Yeah.
It's just that, theirs could be, you can't see theirs.
Yeah.
And as they go older, it's not their fault that they're being nasty or blaming you. They're still there inside, You know,
Yeah.
they're the same person inside. It's just that the brain has just deteriorated a bit.
Why do you think it is that you need to tell Aboriginal people that message? What do they think dementia might be?
Well, yeah, they think that dementia could be a mental health illness, or people are just making it up to get attention. You know, you're not real. You're getting old.
And do the people accept that when you explain it to them?
Well, there was a few that came back to me and said, you know, I really understand now why this guy, my husband, is jealousing me for this other guy to come and visit. And they were two best friends, the two guys.
Yeah.
But then once he got dementia, he thought the guy, his best friend, was coming over to see his wife. So, yeah, but then she used to get really angry with him, but now she's seen that, she'll explain to him, you know, no, you know, he's your friend, not mine.
Do the communities up and down the coast that you visit, are they getting to understand what dementia actually means? Or do you think someone needs to help you tell them?
Well, it'd be good to get some help.
Right, okay. And the peninsula you refer to, is that north of here?
Yes. That's
What's the name of that?
Beagle Bay, Lombardina and One Arm Point.
Right, okay. And you visit them regularly?
Not as much as we'd like to, because we haven't got a car like this.
Do they have health centres like you operate?
Yes, yeah, they do.
And are they staffed in the same way that you staff yours?
Basically,
And
yes.
do you all cooperate and talk amongst yourselves?
Well, we do fishing trips at Bidjadanga, so during the salmon season we get them coming over and staying for a week at the centre. And yeah, we also had Luma come over and do fishing trips. We'd like to keep it going.
Yeah,
And we'd like to visit their places.
yeah. Now, attitudes, if you have a look at your statement, paragraph 45, you say there, you talk about the stigma and how elderly people are hidden from view. What do you mean by that?
Well, they seem to be slower. Maybe not so important anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah, to attend these things, they're you know, they're on wheelchairs, they're on
yeah.
walkers, and yeah, it's sort of a big rush. They'll go out to do these things, and then it's getting back home again, and that's why they don't bother to bring them out.
Is there enough respite care available for your people?
Where's this in the community?
Yeah.
No.
Where do you go for respite at the moment?
Well, they just come to the centre.
They can just come to the centre. That's the only respite.
That's the only reason.
You pick them up and they come and stay with you.
And they come and stay with us at the centre, yes.
Right. Is there any respite in Broome?
Yes, there is. Sorry, Ryan.
Yeah, there's respite in Broome.
Why do people like coming to Broome for respite?
No.
Why not?
It's away from family, it's away from home.
Yeah.
They don't seem to get the attention that they do back at home.
Yeah.
It's not a one-on-one in the Jemanas. It's
What are you proud of with the work that you do? What's the thing that makes you feel good?
that I built the place up.
Yeah.
And that they're then I can actually have them at the centre for as long as I can.
Yeah. All right. Is there anything else you wanted to tell the Commission? You sure?
Yes.
Why have you come to tell your story? Why have you come to tell the Commission what you do?
Because there needs to be changes between Indigenous and mainstream are two different types of culture.
What's the most important thing that we need to understand?
We need to understand that our elders are our future, our culture, and that's who we learn off, our elders.
Commissioners, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Christine, I've read your statement and I have listened very carefully to the evidence you've given today, and it's been very helpful to me, and I'm sure my fellow Commissioner, in understanding the particular problems that you've got. I'd like to explore a few issues with you. The first is, I'm assuming that there are clients who come to your service who are from different tribal groups.
Yes.
Do you have problems with languages in communicating with them, and how do they communicate with other people who come to your centre?
Well, we do have some staff there who can interpret to us, because all I know is like everybody else, I suppose, is just all the rude words in language. But they'll interpret to us what the story is, and even the clients. If there's one, they're together and they know, they'll tell me what that person's talking about.
And are there cultural problems in providing care to individual people? Some people like to receive certain types of care and others don't, or how do you accommodate those differences?
They basically they go with the flow. They just go with the flow. Sorry. If they're upset about something, we'll just get the interpreter or something to say, find out what's the problem, and either talk to them, pull them aside, or. But I think it's just comforting and touching. It's the main thing, because I think that's how they communicate.
And does the funding you receive come straight to your centre, or does it come through the corporation?
It goes through the corporation.
So it would be possible, if there was enough funding, for example, for the corporation to provide you with a car or a minibus to carry out the pickups and visits to country and things of that kind?
Well, I wouldn't know that, because I don't see any figures. They don't come to me. I don't know how much they get for the client.
Have you ever asked the corporation, could you provide us with a minibus, or?
We have, haven't we?
Yes, we have. I think because as far as our service is, we're kind of on the priority list. We're pretty low because they got the municipals. I can't say it properly.
Municipal.
Thank you. Services that takes main priority. You got the shop, which is owned by the community, which takes a big priority as well. So we kind of make do with what we got, and we kind of put our heads down and hope for the best.
I think we got the centre from the Lotteries Commission. They built
Lottery West.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm just concerned that one of the things you say in the statement is that there are days when you have to use your own transport to go and get people because the car isn't available. Does that happen regularly?
Well, can I just say it happens.
And one last thing, You have obviously had a lot of training and experience in looking after Aboriginal elders. If tomorrow you were unable to perform your duties, is there anybody in the organisation at the centre who has the qualifications and ability to take over the work you do?
I'm looking at him.
I thought you might. He's a good student.
He is. He's young and he's on the computers and everything, whereas, you know, he'll go to computer, I'll go for my dictionary.
Thank you.
So, yeah, he helps me out.
Look, thank you very, very much for coming and telling us about your work. It is so important for the elderly people in the community, and we're very grateful to learn just how you go about it, because we've heard a lot of evidence about how aged care is provided in other parts of Australia, and I can tell you it is nothing like what you do. Thank you very much and for coming and telling us all about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hill will deal with the next witness. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Hill.
If the Commission pleases, I call Madeline Jadai. Miss Jadai will swear on the Bible.
Repeat after me. I swear
I swear
by Almighty God
by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I will give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing else but the truth.
Ms. Hill, may I interrupt before you start? It just occurred to me that I don't think Mr. Bolster has tendered the statement of Ms. Dean.
No, I hadn't, Commissioners. Can I rectify that situation and tender that statement?
Yes.
Before I do that, could I perhaps tender the general tender bundle for the Broome hearing first?
Yes. The general tender bundle for the Broome hearings will be Exhibit 4-1, and the statement of Ms. Fay Dean, which I think is dated the 5th of June 2019, will be Exhibit 4-2.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Hill?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Just stand up for this part.
Miss Jadai, please feel free to sit or stand as you are comfortable. Miss Jadai, have you prepared your story to tell the Commissioners?
Yes, I did.
And have you got a copy of that story in front of you?
Yes.
Could I ask you to please read your story to the Commissioners?
My name is Madeline Jadai. I am an Aboriginal Mangala woman. I live in Bijadanga, Western Australia, and I'm 55 years old. My sister, Betty Barney, gets aged care services. Betty is about 62. I care for Betty. I have been her carer for the last 7 to 8 years. Yeah. After my mom passed away, Betty got distressed.
her spirit went really down. I think losing Mum was really hurtful for her. Before Mum died, Betty was able to look after herself. I look after Betty now for her safety and well-being.
Would you like to keep reading your story, Miss Jedi?
Yes. My caring responsibilities. Being a carer takes up all my time. A few years ago, my other sister died in a car accident. I now care for her children, as well as my own children and grandchildren. I love my family, and I'm really proud of myself looking after them. Looking after so many people means I'm really tired all the time. There are other things that I would like to do, but I can't because of my caring responsibilities. I talk about my sister now. Betty has dementia. At one point, she was suffering really bad, and she would wander off. People in Bijadanga do not understand dementia very well and would try to help her in some ways. Sometimes Betty would get really angry with them. Sometimes Betty gets angry with me, my friends, and my family members. Now that Betty is older, she is a bit calmer. I did not know what dementia was until I took her to the medical clinic. The doctor at the medical clinic told me that her mood were caused by her not being well. The clinic gives Betty medication which help her feel better. I think that we are lucky in Bijadanga to have access to doctors through the clinic. I am able to see a doctor when I need to, but I know that they have to fly in from Broome. The HAC Center. Betty visits the HAC Center in Bijadanga most mornings. When she goes there, she gets meals and is able to spend time with the other older people in the community. When she is not well, I let the staff know and I keep her at home. The HAC Center looks after her well. Sometimes they take Betty on a trip to go fishing or on country. When Betty is at the HAC Center, I am able to take a break. Betty has a home care package, which is provided through the HAC Center. This helped a little bit in terms of paying for Betty's care. However, paying for food for Betty comes out of her pension. It would be better if we could buy her food out of her home package instead. Respite care. I would like my sister to be able to get better access to respite care. Sometimes I have asked whether or not Betty can get respite care in Broome, but told that it is full. One time, I had to go for a funeral out in the desert, and I had to take Betty with me because I could not get her into respite care, and I couldn't leave her with other family. We drove over 1,000 k's to the funeral. Betty got sick and needed antibiotics. Having more access to respite care would make a difference, a big difference to me. Elders Cultural Center. I am working with some of our elders in Bijadanga to establish Elders Cultural Center. We want to create something that older people, especially our elders, can take with them so that they can maintain a connection to country. We also want to make something that helps younger people in our community stay attached to our history. We have not received funding for our cultural center yet. And that's
Thank you for sharing your story with the Commission, Ms Jedi. Would you like to take a seat? Ms Jedi, what makes your people happy?
being around families and being together, especially our elders, that they've given so much to us, you know, and showing us country and teach us the right way. So it's time to give them back something.
Ms Jedi, you brought some photos along with you today, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Could I ask Ms Maxwell to show you these photos? Are they the photos that you brought along with you today?
Yes.
Could you describe to the Commissioners what those photos show?
This photo shows that we have our older people, elders with us, and they carry us at the football match that we have in Bijadanga when we have home games. One.
What's important about that photo that you're holding up now, Ms Jedi?
This photo shows that other elders could meet with other elders that we don't see. We might live in Bijadanga, but we don't know what goes on in their own house, and they're here to have a yarn, and they look happy and seeing their children and their grandchildren and their nieces and daughters playing football.
And why is that important, Ms Jedi?
It is important that they be around people as well, and sitting there yarning and having a day out together as community should. And
Who's in that photo, Ms Jedi?
in this photo, there's a mother and her son. So there's one carer that take care of her mother and brother as well in the same house. And in this photo, both two sisters. One sister look after the other.
And why did you choose that photo, Ms Jedi?
being together and having fun, and they're enjoying something. And there's laughter in this picture.
Are you happy for me to pass those photos to the commissioners so that they may see them?
Yes.
Thank you for those. Football matches are very important in bringing people together in the community.
That's right, yes. Yes.
How often do they occur?
Sometimes we would have 4 home games and the rest played in Broome. And it is hard for our old people to travel into Broome, so they have the chance to be with their people.
And how long would it take them to drive from your country into Broome for a game?
It would take 2 hours.
Over unmade roads?
Dirt roads.
The dirt roads?
No.
It's sealed road all the way?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's good.
What role does your family have, Miss Jadai, in organising the football events?
For this one particular, the one with the old people, my family started this one. We thought of all our old people living in our community, and we don't see them day to day. And we said we should do something to bring them along to the match and sit with other people and other old people and families. You see, it's all about family event. And we started this thing up, and then I asked the clinic if they could help with the vehicle to bring all the old people for the outing, and we provide morning tea, lunch, and anything that they want. And we started 2 years ago, so it's going to be ongoing.
What's your role in the community at Bittajanga, Miss Jadai?
I've worked at the school for many years, back in the 70s, and after my sister had the accident, so I had to stop. It really it broken our spirit. She was gone, so me and my family had to take care of the 5 children and 1 grandkid. I dealt with their well-being, physical, mentally, everything like that. And I left work to care for my family. And I'm just in the community, caring for my sister, and just being everywhere around the community if anybody needed me. And I like to help, and that's home. And that's why sometimes, most mornings, I don't leave the house till 9, 10 o'clock. As soon as I leave at 8, they would call me up to do something, so I just stay home till. Yes, I've been around, and I've been helping Auntie Faye as well, if she needed my help. So I'm a carer and I just at home. So
What do you help Auntie Faye with?
do like if she needed help in regarding cultural activities or things like that, I would tell her, or if there's something happening in the community, I would pass on message.
What's it like caring for your sister, Miss Jedi?
It's difficult. It's hard because sometimes I don't sleep till I know for sure that if she's fast asleep, I would then go to sleep.
How often does Betty go to the Hack Centre?
She would go most mornings. Sometimes she wouldn't go for some reason, whether she's sick or her mood changed, so I would keep her. Or sometimes she would go there and then come back at lunchtime. Or if I need more time, I would tell Auntie Faye or keep her till 1:30, so that I could have time to do all my other business when she's in the Hack Centre.
Does Betty speak English, Miss Jedi?
Yeah, bit of both, her own traditional languages.
Does Betty use interpreters at all?
Yeah, I'm always with her, so I'm there to
You're
help
the
her.
interpreter?
Yes.
If the Hack Centre wasn't open for as much time, what would that mean for you and Betty?
I've got my family that they would take her out fishing or for the day down the beach or on country.
How do you care for yourself, Miss Jedi?
I just, when she's well and I have more time, I would go to the clinic and then or be with my friends or just go down the beach. Yeah, I would just do that.
Why was it important to you, Miss Jedi, to tell your story to the commissioners today?
Because sometimes I really wanted to tell my story because we live out in the remote and people don't know what we go through or all these and like being out in a remote community, and then we have to deal with our 5 language groups, family groups, and to still have that connection around country. We have 2 coastal traditional owners along the coast, and my family come from the desert, so there's 3 from the east. So we have to work together to live in harmony and to make what Bijadanga that we really wanted, to make a better place for us and our children.
How do you teach people that come to Bijadanga about your culture?
My auntie and myself, we started years ago, back in the 70s, sitting with old people, underground, no building, and we listened to our old people. They told us their story, and we started doing our cultural induction, cultural awareness to new staff that come into BG, especially at the school, because we both work at the school for a long time, and now it's open to all the visitors that come into Bijadenga, and we do a cultural induction, not only with them, but with the doctors. We've done one, so we keep having new doctors and nurses come through. So we do cultural induction with them and with the police and with the whole staff that come and work within our community.
Why is it important to have the cultural induction, Ms Jaddo?
That, just letting them know they're coming to our community, our country, our home, and there's rules that they have to go by, not to go on low ground or sacred places, and to be aware of any things that may arise, that we're there for them, and they have that, they have to know that they are only visitors to our home.
Do you have anything that you'd like to tell the Commission that you haven't already said, Ms Jaddo?
I just wanted to say I've got one last thing that I have to do, and it is a very important thing. We're doing a Bijadenga, history of Bijadenga, so it's gonna go in like a 3D thing, movie or something like that, and in doing that we thought of our people, and especially our old people, that give back something to them, and to have that in place, and not only for old people, for the whole of Bijadenga, our young ones that are coming through, our next generation, and for their well-being, that they should be proud of themselves, their family, their connection to country, and with their old people.
Thank you, Ms Jaddo. Commissioners, that concludes my questions. If I could ask that the photos of Ms Jaddo's be passed back. Thank you, Commissioners.
Ms Jaddo, you've mentioned a number of things that you think would help you and others in similar situations. One of them is better access to respite care, and from what you say, there are not enough places here in Broome. Would additional help in the home assist you through the home care package? Somebody coming to assist you around the home, looking after your sister?
Yeah, I have my family sometime, and then Auntie Faye come in and run, and
Would it be a problem if somebody from outside the family came and helped at home, perhaps doing some cleaning or maintenance or things of that kind?
we have workers in the community, crikey. When I need help, I go and ask at the community, and they would mow the lawns and throw the rubbish. And
So that you do have that help at the
I
moment?
do, yeah.
So are there any other things that you would find helpful in looking after your your sister?
I would like to ask that if she could go for respite. Sometimes Jumana's Kent is full, and I talked a month ago, and they was going to send her to Derby, and I couldn't have that trust within myself. To Broome, short stay. I was asked if she could go there, but then I would trust one of my aunties to go with her, and I would like her to get paid as well for taking that role, taking her to be with my sister.
The evidence you've given to us today in telling us your story has been very helpful, and we're very grateful to you for coming and talking to us this morning, and we will certainly do what we can if the circumstances allow to see what we can do about providing more respite care for people in your community that's culturally appropriate. It's obviously something of great importance to you, and I'm sure to other members of the community, and we're very grateful to you for coming and telling us about those needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ms Bergen will take the next witness.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I call Yvonne Grosser.
I swear
I swear
by Almighty God
by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
whole truth,
and nothing else.
nothing but the truth.
Operator, could you please bring up document WIT.1144.0001.0001? Ms Grosser, is there a copy of your statement
Yes.
in front of you? Is that that's your statement?
Yes, it is.
And do you have any amendments to make?
No.
I tender the statement of Yvonne Grosser, document 1144.0001.0001.
What date does it bear?
The statement's dated by my witness the 12th of June 2019.
12th.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
you. The witness statement of Yvonne Grosser dated the 12th of June 2019 will be Exhibit 4.3.
Ms Grosser, where are you from?
I'm actually from Perth. I was born in Quirting, so I'm actually classed as a Noongar.
And when did you become an enrolled nurse?
2010
And where did you do your training, Ms
at
Grosser?
Marmwooditch College in Manning.
Why did you decide to work in aged care?
I love working with old people, and especially my people. Oh, everybody's my people. Sorry.
So when you say my people, who are you talking about?
Aboriginal people.
How many people were in your training group?
Started off with 38, ended up with 10.
So what happened there? Why did 10 people finish the training?
Well, we all grew close network, and still today we still are very close today, keeping network ties and helping each other and pushing each other to get through. Yeah. it's something that we really wanted. So in the end, we got it. Yeah.
So why did 28 people decide not to complete the course?
There was a lot of young people in it, and when it came to aged care, they got frightened by looking after old people, especially to the point of changing them. You know, you've got to show respect. It doesn't matter what age it is, you still got to show respect. And being elderly, they come in, you know, you come into the world as a baby and you go out as a baby. So you still got to give that respect and the whole holistic care.
So what jobs have you had in aged care?
I actually worked all sorts. I was called a multi-skilled. Yes, I'm a nurse, but I enjoy cleaning. I'll do anything. Yeah.
Where did you work in the Kimberley in aged care?
I worked at Germanas Kent,
And what was your role at Germanas Kent?
a multi-skilled. So I did cleaning, kitchen hand, whatever they needed me to do, I did, and nursing.
Did you enjoy your role at Germanas Kent?
Yes, I loved working there. The people were good and you got nothing to complain about as far as work. It was just not enough workers. That was a problem that we found. And tiring, getting tired. A lot of the co-workers would be burning themselves out as well, so yeah.
So I want to ask you a bit more about that. How many residents were there at Germanas Kent?
At least 60.
And how many workers were there at that?
2 carers in each section, so that's 3 sections of 20s, and 1 enrolled nurse out of a time.
And your role was as an enrolled nurse,
Yes.
is that right? How many enrolled nurses were employed by Germanas Kent when you worked there?
Oh, shivers. I think around about 12.
And how many enrolled nurses would there be on a particular shift?
Only 1.
So,
1 nurse on 1 shift.
and that one nurse was responsible for all
For the whole
60
lot, yeah.
residents?
Yeah.
So it sounds like you were very busy, but could you tell us a bit about your typical day in Germanas Kent? What your tasks-
Depending on how the carers would take care of them first and let us know, call us in and come down to see them if they weren't feeling the best. So we'd go down and give the general care, blood pressure and temperature, and check them out, and then ask them questions, how they're feeling or where they're feeling sick. Try and get that sort of a frame of mind for where it's happening. And by that time you would have built up a rapport with them, and knowing how their body situation of what they're looking like, you would tell yourself that you know your client. So some of them would have to go to hospital, yeah, and some were just okay, yeah.
If there was a medical crisis and you're the only enrolled nurse on staff, how
Yeah.
did you manage that?
You just have to learn to have time management and learn to take things slowly, because you need to make sure that you've got all the document that you're needing at that time. Yeah.
How many nursing staff were Aboriginal people?
Myself and 3 others.
And how many of the residents identified as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people?
There was quite a lot, yeah, which was good to see in one hand. Yeah.
And did you particularly enjoy caring for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people?
Yes, I did. Yeah. I had that, I suppose I could call it, I don't have my grandparents around, so it was really lovely to have other grandparents around and listen to what they have to say at the end of the day. Yeah.
How did you, what were the main barriers to the provision of quality care?
I'd have to say language barrier was one of them. Me being from Perth, I don't have any kind of language, wasn't entitled to that. And whereas some of the clients were just language only, no English. So that was a real barrier, and there was no point having a translator, because you're paying those translators to come in. Well, at the end of the day, you'd need that translator on your shift all the time if that's the case, of looking after them. And you're probably better off just employing a translator to be on standby if that's the case, it probably works out cheaper. Yeah.
So you talked about getting to know the elders at Germanus Camp.
Yeah.
How did you develop their trust when there was a language barrier? How did you communicate?
With hand signals. As kids, we're taught that by our grandparents and elders. Language, as in hand signals, or the nodding of the head or eyes. Yeah.
If there was a language barrier, did it make it harder to develop a relationship with the elders?
Yes, it can do, yeah.
So how did you go about that?
Well, as being a nurse, you do your general care of what you're going to do for that person. It doesn't matter whether it's language barrier or not. You'd look at their notes and what carer plan that you're going to decide what you're doing for them and what you've got to stick to. Yeah.
So you mentioned that you're employed as an enrolled nurse at Germanus Camp.
Yeah.
How long did you work there for?
Probably off and on a year. Yeah.
And how much training did you get when you started your role at Germanus Camp?
I had a 2-day buddy shift, of each section that I went and worked in, so yeah.
Did you have follow-up training after the induction?
Not at the time, no, but I hear that they're doing it now, so that's good.
So you mentioned at the start of your evidence that you were employed as sort of someone who did everything.
Yeah.
What tasks did other staff carry out, such as the carers?
The carer roles, their general day would be as far as coming in the morning, dressing, showering, changing, and then organising breakfast, lunch, dinner, of course, and then working out who's prioritised first. So that'd be the ones that are bedridden, and they would have their meals first, and then would come to the others that are capable to get up and move themselves. Yeah.
Okay. And while you were working at Germanus Camp, was that your only job, or did you have other jobs as well?
No, I was a cleaner as well. Yeah.
So you worked 2 jobs?
Yeah, I did the enrolled nursing and cleaning at Germanus Kent, and then I had another job as a cleaner with footprint cleaning.
So did you find Broome an expensive place to live?
Yes.
So is that why you had to work an extra job?
Yeah. The whole time that I was here for a year, I didn't really see much of Broome. Yeah. But yet, so beautiful.
So beautiful.
Yeah.
So you've talked a bit about communication with the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander residents. How important is it that residents feel connected to culture and to country?
Oh, totally. It's wide for them. That's one of their healing, to be back in country. Whereas what you see in a nursing home, at any nursing home of aged care, people are quite sad people. You can see that their heart is sad, and if they had it in country, they'd be happy as, I think. Yeah.
So how can you as a worker and we think about bringing country and culture to a residential care facility? How can this be done?
I actually thought of what they should have is at least a couple of nights a week their cultural food as meals, which would probably make them a lot happier too, instead of eating westernised food 24/7. Whereas cultural gives them a bit of a feel of, being back, sort of laid back in country, but not the total full. Yeah, or else otherwise, I don't know, bringing more cultural sensitive into them and asking them what they want. Yeah. Because there's not much for them to do in a nursing home.
So does culture play a role of activities as well as
Yeah.
food?
I mean, they might want to go and see their people dance or do the gatherings or do something with each other.
Yeah. And how often did you observe residents returning to country?
I've seen once, and that was about Christmas time, and that was quite difficult. and it took a while to get it happened because of he wasn't from Broome, he was from another country area, so the plane flights and then the doctors making sure that he was okay to get on that plane flight and then connecting flight. Yeah, so it was a long journey for them to get home. Yeah. Whereas I think if they had more nursing homes in those area zones, it would actually be a lot more sensible and more ideal for them. Yeah.
So is that because a resident would prefer to be in a residential care facility closer to their
Yeah, knowing that they're in their own country, of feeling of being home and belonging back to where they are from. Yeah.
So, Ms Grosser, why have you come to tell your story to the Royal Commission today?
Because I believe in somebody's got to take a stand for Aboriginal people, and I'm Aboriginal myself, and whatever we can make it better at the end of the day for aged care, in any aged care home, may it be, or facility, yeah, it's got to be said. Somebody's got to tell it. Yeah.
What would you ask the Royal Commission to think about recommending if you could change, say, 3 or 4 things about aged care services?
I'd have to say at least have aged care back in their areas of, like, to say, as long as it's a bigger community, you know, have a aged care system there where they know their home, or else otherwise ask them what they want. If they're still able to, you know, the cognitive's still fine. And cultural awareness for the workers and the whole setting itself. You know, a lot of people need to be taught that Aboriginal people are different. We are different.
So is that about training the workforce?
Yeah.
What's next for you, Ms Grosser? Do you hope to come back to work in Broome one day?
Yes, I do. Hopefully not long away, as my father's in palliative care too, so yeah. It's one of the reasons why I went back to Perth, is to deal with him and other issues at the moment. Otherwise I'd be still here, doing the same.
Thank you, Commissioners. That concludes my examination of Ms Grosser.
Thank you. Could I just ask you a bit more about the ways that you would see as being most likely to attract fellow Aboriginal people to aged care nursing, to look after the elders?
To bring more into it? To bring more into the...
Yes.
Yep. I think it all boils down to getting their trust and knowledge of the place, whether they can trust the place. If they heard good outcomes about a place, they'll probably have more intention or more for them to do in aged care as well. I mean, you've got a lot of aged people that are in there and still able to get up and move around, and when it comes to the evening, yeah, you've got something to do during the day, only a little bit, but at least have something on during the night. It doesn't have to be every night. It could be a bingo night or something that, I don't know, gives it more of a home feel than just a hospital setting. I think that's what a lot of people get put off for, is the hospital setting instead of being a home setting. So if that changed as a home setting, it'd be a lot better. Yeah.
And what about getting younger people into nursing?
Well, this is where we've got to start. Us nurses today, there's a lot of Aboriginal nurses that are coming through now and should be really proud of themselves, because it is a big step and it's not easy either. But with the right support that they can get along the way through government as well, that they can thrive.
And you say there are a lot. Where is this training being provided?
At Marmwooditch in Perth, in Manning. They've had quite a lot of students come through now, which is awesome to have more Aboriginal nurses on board. And we've shown it ourselves because we were the guinea pigs when we first started. And in Shenton Park, it showed that it works to have Aboriginal nurses, male or female, especially males. Males need to come through more too. Yeah.
And what about training in-house at the facility here in Broome where
Yeah.
you worked? Was there any training provided, culturally specific things of that kind to assist the nurses?
No, not at that. No, not that I'm aware of. No, not the while that I've been there. There hasn't. Yeah.
Might I ask about attracting young men to work in the field, particularly Indigenous
Yeah.
men? But it's an issue right across
Yeah.
the aged care sector. Have you got any ideas?
No, you just put me on the spot. But no, I think they need to think that they can do it. I don't know, as far as Aboriginal men. I think they have that little bit of doubt in themselves, whereas they need to have that push and somebody to push them and say, yes, come on, you can do it, you know. And, yeah, just believe in them, I suppose. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything arising?
Nothing arising. Thank you, Commissioners.
Good. Ms Grosser, thank you very much, and I'm sure that the Broome community will be very pleased when you manage to get back here as soon as
I miss
possible.
them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your evidence. The Commission will adjourn until noon.
All stand. The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 12 p.m.
Yes, Mr Bolster.
Commissioners, before I call the next witnesses, I understand there's an appearance to be noted in respect of their evidence.
Hey, please, the Commission. My name is McKenna. I'm instructed by Mr Ellison, and pursuant to your leave, I appear for the next two witnesses, Ms Bridges and Mr Barkey.
You're welcome, Mr McKenna.
Commissioners, I call Craig Robin Barkey and Tamara Jade Bridges, please. Both of whom will take the oath.
I swear
I swear
by Almighty God
by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
I swear
I swear
by Almighty God
by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
the evidence that I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and the truth.
Please have a seat. Thank you. Could document number WIT 0227 0001 0001 be brought up? And Mr Barkey, you'll see in front of you on the screen is a copy of your statement that's de-identified in terms of personal information.
That's correct.
Is that statement, that is your statement?
That is my statement.
Do you wish to make any amendments to that
No, I don't.
statement? And are its contents true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Commissioners, I tender Mr Barkey's statement, document number WIT 0227 0001 0001.
Yes, the witness statement of Craig Robin Barkey dated the 31st of May 2019 will be Exhibit 4-4.
Now, if we could bring up the other document, WIT 0166 0001 0001. Ms Bridges, that's your statement.
Yes, it is.
Do you wish to make any amendments to that statement?
No, I don't.
And are its contents true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Mr Barkey, I might start with you.
Before you do, Mr.
I will tender Ms Bridges' statement. Thank you, Commissioner.
The witness statement of Tanya Jade Bridges dated the 31st of May 2019 will be Exhibit 4-5.
Mr Barkey, you're currently the CEO of Uniting Care Queensland, and you've held that position for a number of years now. What is Uniting Care Queensland?
United Care Queensland is a large not-for-profit provider of community and health services based in Queensland. We run an extensive aged care network across Queensland and also into the Northern Territory under the ARCS organisation, which has been referred to earlier today. We also run 4 private hospitals as well as an extensive disability business and a child and family support organisation, which is part of Uniting Care Queensland, and also we are the operators of Lifeline in Queensland.
If we could perhaps bring up tab 5, that's ARR 600 002 0001. You have that in front of you? That's a map you've annexed to your statement of the ARCS services in the Northern Territory. Do you have that?
I think it's still coming. Yeah.
Still coming?
Mr. Bolster.
It's tab 5 from the general tender bundle. ARR 600 002 0001. There it is. Thank you. So you can see there the map of the Northern Territory with the services. Could we perhaps just walk through the services in the Territory Right, let's start at the bottom left. We have Docker River, and we heard a bit about that today. Immediately adjacent to that is Mutijulu. Some people might refer to as Ayers Rock. What sort of facility do you have at Mutijulu?
Mutijulu is a new aged care facility that was constructed under a federal government grant. It was built in the 2013-2014 financial year. Mutijulu is a small community based essentially at the foot of Uluru. It's not more than a kilometre or so from physically the Uluru Rock itself. And we have an aged care facility there of 16 beds. And we also have a childcare facility which neighbours the residential aged care facility.
Natsiflex or ACFI?
This is a Natsiflex facility.
And to the northeast then is Hermannsburg. What's the position there?
That is a small community where we provide a school nutrition program but no other services which are based at that site.
Alice Springs?
Alice Springs, we run a range of services in Alice Springs. Predominantly, there are 3 residential aged care facilities based in Alice Springs. Flynn Lodge, Hetty Perkins and Old Timers are based in Alice Springs, plus we also run a community program throughout Alice Springs as well.
And the funding model there, ACFI or Natsiflex?
They're all ACFI sites.
Tennant Creek?
Tennant Creek is a residential aged care facility. This is a Natsiflex site and it's a site that we have been operating since the Frontier Services who precedes us, of course, have been operating since about 1980s.
And then finally, we've got Catherine and then Darwin.
That's right. So residential aged care facilities in Catherine. And a number of residential aged care facilities and other services throughout Darwin.
Can I ask you, what's the reason why Uniting Care Queensland does all this work in the Northern Territory? What's the background to that?
The background for the organisation that we represent here today is traced back to 1912, where John Flynn, who was a minister of the Presbyterian Church, Victorian base minister, was essentially commissioned on behalf of the Presbyterian Church to form a network of community and health services through remote Australia. That originally operated under the brand of the Australian Inland Mission, which formed up to 15 residential aged care facilities in those early years. Quite extraordinary stories attributed to that era of the organisation, including nurses travelling via camel through outback Australia to visit residents and clients on their properties. The services then transitioned in 1977 to the Uniting Church under the brand of Frontier Services, and then in 2014 were transitioned to the ARCS business, a new entity which is now governed and operated by Uniting Care Queensland.
Why the transfer in 2014?
The transfer in 2014, I think, recognised the fact that the aged care system was becoming increasingly complex, both clinically and financially. The organisation, Uniting Care Queensland, is a very large-scale aged care operator, and it was felt within the context of the church that it was better for that organisation, the Frontier Services organisation, to have governance and leadership provided by a large-scale aged care provider rather than what had operated since 1977, which was when the organisation was governed under the General Assembly of the Uniting Church in Australia, and they did a fantastic job at operating those services, but they weren't a specialist aged care provider. We were.
How well placed was Frontier Services to continue with that role when you took it over?
Look, I think every aged care provider in remote Australia faces extraordinary challenges, and so do we. We are working through our own complexities in these environments, and Frontier Services was on that journey as well. But it was recognised, I think, that it was appropriate for that transfer to happen between the Frontier Services body and Uniting Care Queensland in recognition of the complexity of aged care in these environments and the increasing complexity just generally within the aged care field.
Well, if Uniting Care Queensland had not taken over the Frontier Services sites back in 2014, what would have happened?
Well, I guess possibly some of them may have become unviable and that there would have need to have been another provider found, or those assets might have been transferred back to the federal government under the Nazi Flex program for operation.
Am I right in thinking that these residential facilities in the Northern Territory trace their origin to facilities on mission stations like Hermannsburg?
The history of those sites is complicated, and we've tried to reconstruct the history of them as best we are able. And we've been somewhat successful at understanding the history of some of those services, and others have been a little more elusive. But it's certainly the case that these sites were, in some cases, services based on mission statements and stations, as you've identified. In other cases, they have been transferred to us from local councils, or the Inland Aboriginal Land Council, I think is the correct term. And in the case of Docker River, that facility came to us through a transfer in the mid-80s. So there is a varied history across these sites, reflective of the fact that that many of them are older sites, but some of them are newer sites.
I might turn now to Ms Bridges, because you have been the General Manager of Penangbar, which is the organisation that operates in Queensland. And if we could bring up, please, tab 3, that's APR 600 0001 0007. We'll get to that, but that's the map you annexed to your statement showing the Queensland Penangbar operations. And if we start from the south, there's a facility at Cherbourg.
That's correct.
And what sort of facility is that?
It's a residential aged care facility.
And what's the predominance of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in that facility?
Currently it would be about 90%.
90%. Then there's a facility north in Townsville, a similar situation.
Yes, Shillong Elders Village. It fluctuates between 90 to 100%.
In Cairns, what's the facility there?
It's Hollingsworth Elders Village, and it would be the same.
Cooktown?
Cooktown's a different kind of service. It's called Cape York Family Centre. It's a family therapy, residential family therapy centre that does healing with the family.
And then finally we have Thursday Island and Star of the Sea.
It's a residential aged care facility.
Now, the Penangbar facilities, are they ACFI or Nazi Flex funded facilities?
They're all ACFI funded.
All ACFI funded, okay. If we could bring up then, please, tab 4, which is ARR 600 001 0008. You've annexed there some photographs of the Star of the Sea facility.
Yes.
And you were your role there, you had an active role in that facility?
Yes, so I'm the General Manager for Penangbar. They're responsible for, I guess, managerial and operational oversight.
If we could just get you to move closer to your microphone, or perhaps if the associate could move the microphone slightly towards you, that would help. Thank you, Ms Bridges. And your current role?
My current role is Group General Manager for Aged and Community Services, Regional and Remote, and ARCS.
For ARCS. So does that involve looking after the Northern Territory facilities?
It involves oversight of both the Northern Territory facilities and also regional and remote Queensland facilities.
All right. So the photos have now been brought up. That's tab 4 from the tender bundle. And we see there 2 photos on that page. That's the facility in the top photo, correct?
You can see the facility and also the staff accommodation.
All right. And then the second photo, I think, is important, isn't it? You wanted to indicate what that is a photo of?
Well, that's a photo directly in front of the aged care facility, and it's important due to the proximity to the ocean and connection.
Right, and in your statement you refer to the ocean room in that facility.
Yes, that's right.
Why is that ocean room important?
The ocean room has significance. Historically, when Star of the Sea was built, the residents' living area was towards the back of the block and there was no view to that beautiful ocean. So it was really important for us when we were doing community consultation around what the community would like to see for a residential aged care facility. The number one thing was connection with the external environment, in this case specifically the ocean. And from the ocean room you can see the outer islands that surround Thursday Island.
And the people that live at Star of the Sea, to what extent are they Torres Strait Islanders themselves?
100%.
100%. And what islands do they come from?
Our residents come from a range of islands, as far as Mer Island, which is one of the most further away islands, more closer surrounding islands such as Prince of Wales Island, even islands as close as 4 k's from the PNG border, like Saibai or Boigu. And
is there a range of language groups that are that you have to deal with in looking after these people?
There's different dialects in the different islands, although there is Creole, which is widely spoken and able to be used with people from all of the Torres Strait generally.
Okay. And what about the staff at Star of the Sea? Do you recruit from the Torres Strait?
We've been working really hard over the last 5 or 6 years to ensure we have a local workforce. So we have at least 70% of our staff. Currently, at the time of making the statements, 80% from the Torres Strait, and that's all different kind of positions, from service manager to clinical roles, personal care workers.
At the higher end clinical roles, the registered nurses, the enrolled nurses, how do you go getting Torres Strait Islander staff?
There's some advantages with Thursday Island. They have good access to education and training. So there's university campus up there as well as TAFE campuses. So we have been successful in working with the TAFEs to ensure we have registered staff that are from the Torres Strait.
So is the training carried out inside the facility?
It's a blended model. It can be carried out at the TAFE campus, and then while they're employed with us, they're doing the skills-based work.
Right. And how long, and which qualification is this leading to?
Enrolled nursing. We have also had graduates participate in a postgraduate year who have completed university in a more major location and returned back to the Torres Strait to do their registered nurses graduate year.
Right. What about personal carers?
Personal carers also work with the TAFE on Thursday Island.
And to what percentage of your personal carers are Torres Strait Islanders?
Off the top of my head, it would be close to 80%.
Yeah. Right. And how do you go about instructing them or training them or guiding them in the delivery of culturally appropriate care?
I think the thing about Star of the Sea is that the workforce ensures that it's driven from the community, so there isn't such a strong requirement to do cultural training because majority of the workforce is from that community.
What aspects of the Torres Strait Islander culture are important at Star of the Sea in the care you deliver?
Family relationships. So the way we talk about our staffing model and our service is all built on family and connection. So majority of our staff would be related to the elders that they're caring for, and they see this as quite an honour and privilege to be able to provide that care for the elders. So that's the kind of cornerstone of how our staffing model is built. Access to traditional food is quite a challenge. So majority of our residents have had a diet based on fish and ocean animals. And to provide this, it's been quite a challenge, but it's something that we continuously work around to ensure there's access, dance, song, ensuring we uphold local cultural protocols around if people pass away, if we're opening new buildings. It's just being tightly embedded with the local community.
So who is the decision maker at the facility when it comes to making decisions that affect care, but where there's a cultural interface? How do you manage that process?
The service manager makes local operational decisions, and she's a Torres Strait Island woman, and so she'll be taking advice from her elders in the community and also the elders in the facility and also our staff.
Right. Okay. Let's pause there and travel to the Northern Territory and the situation in Docker River. The population there is entirely Aboriginal from the local area?
That's correct.
And from what sort of catchment area do they come? Do they come from APY lands? Do they come from the west and the north?
In my experience, the residents who reside in Docker River are from Docker River community.
Right. Okay. And the staff? How do you get staff to come to Docker River? Is there training there for the locals to become carers and nurses?
We do work with local people for employment, but we're not as mature in our approach in the Northern Territory as what we have been able to be in Queensland. We've been in Queensland in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander services a lot longer. Yeah. So in Docker River, we have local people employed to assist with different tasks. So I guess the communities are very different. And in Docker River, the discussions we have with local community is around the appropriate roles in which they might undertake, and our services are quite different to the roles which they might undertake somewhere like Thursday Island. Yeah. So our staff in Docker River that are employed and are from Docker River work alongside our qualified personal care staff to deliver things like yard maintenance, cleaning, serving of meals, social support of residents, where we find it much more challenging to recruit local people who want to undertake personal care roles.
Yeah. If people were prepared to take on that role, how would they get that training in a place like Docker River?
There are some training providers that travel to remote locations, although there'll be significant challenges around the language barrier.
Yeah. And do you have more than one language in Docker River that you have to deal with?
There's multiple dialects in that area.
And let's just pause there. The staffing structure, could you just describe, you'd have a residential manager or a care coordinator at the top of the organisation?
We have a service manager in Docker River who's also a registered staff member.
And where does that person come from?
That person comes from the East Coast.
Mm-hmm. And are they there full time?
So our staff in Docker River do 10 weeks on, 2 weeks off on a rotating roster. Out of context, to get to Docker River requires a flight into Alice Springs and then a flight to Yalara, and then from Yalara it's what we call the bush bus, where staff travel 3 hours on a dirt road to get to the location.
Right. And how many staff engage in that process?
About 90% of our staff.
All of the nursing and personal care staff?
That's right.
And how many nurses and how many carers do you have?
So we have a range of enrolled and registered nurses and personal carers. So our total, I guess, staffing pool to deliver the 24-hour service would be around 20 staff.
And to what extent are they Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander?
We have 4 local people employed.
As
activity officers assisting.
But in terms of personal carers, so with qualifications, either personal carers with qualifications or nursing staff with qualifications, it must be hard to get anyone locally to do that.
It is a big challenge. The challenges are also around probity, which was discussed a little earlier as well, meeting those requirements.
Well, tell us about the probity, the police check situation. How difficult is that if you're going to operate in these areas?
It can be quite difficult. A lot of the community members that we work with struggle to find identification to even meet the requirements to be able to lodge something like a police check.
Yeah. And what impact does that have on you getting staff? Does it stop you getting staff, or...?
We do need to have police clearance for people to work at our services unsupervised.
Do you think that people, when they're told they have to get a police check, simply don't proceed with the application?
That's right. It can be a daunting process, and the applications might cause a bit of fear if people have got minor charges, even the thought that they might be shamed.
Yeah.
How big is the community at Docker River?
The population fluctuates between around 300 to 400 people.
And I take it it's not a fertile field as far as recruiting staff is concerned.
Yeah, the level of education obtained in that community is quite low. English is a second language.
Statistics would suggest that most people that live there receive nothing more than social security. Is that right?
That's right.
The interface there with the professional nursing staff or the qualified nursing and carer staff must be difficult when it comes to the culturally safe delivery of care. How have you managed to deal with that?
We deal with it in a number of ways. So having the local people employed working at the service is somebody that our staff who fly in can work with to try and develop a broader understanding. On recruitment, we work with people to ensure they're aware of the context in which they're coming to work. So a little bit about Docker River, about its location and what they can expect. Most of our residents don't speak English, so that can be quite confronting if you land there and you're not prepared for that environment. We also have buddy shifts with what we call more experienced care workers that might have worked there for a year or a number of years to ensure that new staff are supported in delivering care that's culturally safe.
With the language barrier, how do you communicate with the residents? How do staff speak to them? Do they have the other local staff around all the time for that purpose, or what do you do?
Yes, so local staff can assist with that process. Also, staff that have worked there for a number of years have adopted some language skills. There's a lot of use of sign language and hand gestures for communication, and visiting family members also who might have better English skills assist as well.
Right. I wanted to ask you about the situation when there's a death impending. What steps have you taken to make sure that process is dealt with in a culturally appropriate way?
So there's a range of things that we do, and one of them is around ensuring that the community is invited to be a part of the care planning where discussions are able to happen. So the community will advise our staff on what the protocols are required with the death of that person, and depending on their seniority in the different clan group they come from will depend on what happens. So a couple of weeks ago I was out at Docker River and we were discussing this situation and what might happen, and for the purpose of learning and the commission, I'm happy to share it, but it is a little bit awkward because it's talking about Aboriginal people's cultural business. But when a more senior person has passed away before, the body will need to stay in the facility until a more senior person decides that it's time to do a cleansing of the area. We have been a part of supporting what would be called sorry camps, where members of the community actually leave Docker River, go to another proximity and spend time mourning the loss of that person. And in that circumstance, we would need to transport other elders in the facility that might be required out to the Surrey camp, ensure there's safety, ensure there's food. And then at some time when the community determines it's the right time, it means it's time to do the next part of the ceremony, which may be a more formal funeral or another cleansing.
Yeah.
So it's different depending on...
Am I right in thinking you have a separate residence for this situation when it's going to happen?
In Mutijulu,
Yeah, in Mutijulu.
we have a palliative care suite. So Mutijulu was a more recently constructed facility. Docker River's quite old infrastructure-wise. And in the planning of Mutijulu, we were able to construct a separate module that allowed external access for the community because large groups of families would like to be there with the elder as they pass away. Generally speaking, it's likely that there would be singing and dance through all hours of the night, depending on the wishes of that person while they pass. So it's really important to have it separate from the residential aged care facility so that can take place.
Is this, correct me if I'm wrong, is this about getting trust of the community, all of these processes?
It starts before the whole palliative care takes place. It's in listening to the community when we design services and service models, and that's a request of the community, and that's what establishes trust, the listening.
In terms of the experience inside the facility, the staff experience, and how long have your more experienced staff been involved with places like Docker River and Mutijulu?
Yeah, so we have a service manager out there that's been out there for at least 6 years. Another senior enrolled nurse that's been out there for 4 years. So we do have people that build really strong respect and relationships in the community and work very closely with the community and stay out there.
Yeah. All right. Other staff, how easy is it to retain the staff that you can attract to work for you?
Yeah, it's one of our biggest challenges, retaining staff in these locations. The environment is harsh. Temperatures of, 47 degrees, or this time of year, when I was out there, it was 1 degree. So from freezing to boiling hot, it's a challenging, harsh and dry environment outside of delivering care. The town of Docker River doesn't have a lot of social interaction for our staff. They would drive 3 hours when they have access to a vehicle to Yalara to perhaps have a meal out or something like that if that was their preference. But in Docker River, our staff live in close proximity to the aged care facility. All their meals are provided to them from the aged care facility. So it's a tight little knit community.
What about the wet season? How does things change in the wet season?
Yeah, the wet season is interesting, and a couple of years ago the staff tell me there was a really big wet season which resulted in Docker River being cut off for up to 6 weeks, so supplies would have to be flown in. Usually Docker River is serviced by a truck that drives in weekly and delivers food supplies, but in this case I think it was 2 months before a truck could access Docker River, so supplies were flown in. Also we would see an increase in residents requiring support and services during wet season. It's quite a transient community, and if there's people out on the homelands, they would come into Docker River and potentially come into our services for more support because food is limited and transport is really difficult.
Yeah. In terms of delivering home care in Docker River, how many home care people do you look after?
We deliver home care services to around 20 old people in Docker River.
What's the typical need for those people?
Generally it's meals, so we would attend, provide meals, provide assistance with medication. We'd also provide personal care, and the way it seems to work in Docker River at the request of the community is that the older people would like to come to the facility, have assistance at the facility for showering. We take their linen, we wash their clothes, take them back home, provide a lunchtime meal, provide an enrolled nurse is usually coordinating the home care support that's given. So we do things like routine observations and monitoring of BGLs. And then in some cases we also provide an evening meal, just depending on the request of the elder.
All right. Now, a while ago when we were talking about the Torres Strait, you were talking about the approach of the Torres Strait Islander people to their elders and the way they viewed caring for them. Could you please expand on that? What is the special attitude that they have? Is it unique to the Torres Strait Islands, or do you see it elsewhere?
No, I've seen it elsewhere. It's just extremely strong in the Torres Strait. So one thing that I hear often up there is from our staff and our community members is, you know, what a privilege it is to care for the elders because they're the national treasure of this country. And I just wish more of Australia would see all old people as the national treasures, you know, of our country.
All right. Mr. Bark, I want to ask you about NatsiFlex and NatsiFlex funding. How well does NatsiFlex service the sorts of operations that we've been talking about today?
So we run 3 NatsiFlex facilities as we've identified, and we are in discussions with the Federal Department of Health to construct a 4th facility. And look, at my assessment is that the NatsiFlex program provides an adequate standard of care, but I think it is a qualified support. There are issues with the NatsiFlex model, at least in my view, that make it not necessarily ideal and somewhat difficult to navigate.
Well, could you expand on what they are?
So firstly, the NatsiFlex programs that we're contracted to the federal government to supply are 2.5-year agreements. So they roll every 2.5 years and are subject to renegotiation. So they're short-term in nature. The second component of this is that there's an extensive reporting process required against them, a quarterly reporting process, and then there's an annual acquittal process which happens at the end of every year. The acquittal process essentially weighs up the funding received for running of that particular site against the costs incurred, and if you underspend the grant, you essentially refund the monies to the department. What that essentially leads to is a very complicated financial arrangement, but essentially you're largely prevented from generating any form of surplus to reinvest in capital investment for that particular site.
Pausing for there, Docker River's an old facility,
It is.
we've heard.
It is.
Could it do with capital improvement?
It certainly could.
But if you have a remittal after acquittal at the end of a year, you can't use those funds for that improvement. Is that right?
That's correct. So what is in place to support providers like ours in that scenario is a grant application process, and there are a range of federal grant processes which have been referred to. There's the Aged Care Regional, Rural and Remote Infrastructure Fund. The NatsiFlex program have its own or has its own capital grant application scheme, and then there's also one-off grants which we've been able to access, for example in the case of the construction of Mutijulu. But the point I'm making is that you are essentially reliant on securing those grants in order to be viable. And in our case, we have had reasonable success in recent years at securing grants, but we certainly haven't secured every grant we've applied for, and we still have a number of older sites, and those sites are subject to our capital planning, and we're reliant essentially on securing grants to continue to operate sustainably.
Another provider in the West will give evidence later this week to the effect that the facilities that they operate in Perth effectively are used to subsidise capital losses of their other facilities in the more remote areas. Is that an experience that is common to your organisation?
If you deconstruct the ARC's financials, so if you do that, for example, for the 17-18 year and you remove the capital grants that we received, the ARC's organisation ran at a loss last year, and it ran at a loss of just over 2% of its turnover. So there is cross-subsidy within each of those sites, but fundamentally we are at the edge of viability on these sites, and our experience is that as you get more remote, the costs to provide services increase. So, for example, a common indicator of the cost of operation of an aged care facility is the operating cost per resident per day. Now, in Brisbane, and we operate many aged care facilities in Brisbane, that number's about $200 per resident per day. In Darwin, it's about $220. In Docker River, that number's about $380. So the costs escalate as the remoteness increases, and that's what you would expect. And so our experience is that fundamentally remote aged care is very, very difficult to be viable, and you have to constantly be fine-tuning the operation of those sites and trying to squeeze every last dollar to make these sites work.
$230 a day in Docker River.
Docker River.
330.
380.
380.
Correct.
I do apologise. How much of that? What does NaxiFlex work out as per day?
So when you talk about NaxiFlex, you're talking about a combination of funding streams, because there is a residential component to NaxiFlex, and then there is also a home care component. So the combination of those funding streams essentially go close to breaking that site even. That site clearly receives a very high viability supplement, as does all of our sites, but as one gets more and more remote, the viability supplement increases. So our experience is that in order to be viable, you need to effectively trim your costs to meet the revenue budget that is provided to you. So in order to make Docker River viable, we are doing maintenance at the latest stage possible, and we are doing that as economically as we can. But it's very complicated to achieve that, of course, because
if you need an electrician,
you would need to source them possibly out of Ulara, which is 3 to 4 hours drive. I'm not aware whether any tradespeople exist locally, but the vast majority of trades are supplied either out of Alice Springs or out of Ulara.
Does food cost obviously more?
Correct.
How do you calculate the extra cost for food?
So again, we measure the cost of food. So, for example, the cost of providing sustenance in Darwin is roughly about 2/3 of the price of doing it in Docker River. So we measure it on a dollar per resident per day ratio.
The cost of staff?
Well, I think Tamara would be better to speak to the staffing model than me, but the complexity of staff, of course, is that these people are coming to us from right across Australia. Many of them are based around the coastal parts of Australia and fly in or fly in and then drive into to Docker River, as Tamara has identified, and we operate essentially a longer shift per day in order to effectively recognise that there needs to be some loading paid. So that's how we would operate.
What proportion, for example, of the 380 a day? What proportion of that would be attributable to a staff cost?
I would think it's in the order of 50 to 60% of the costs. Yeah.
Does that include the staff travel cost?
Staff travel costs are included in the overall costs of running the site. That's correct.
Yeah. How does the pay packet of a nurse or a carer who's flown in from Sydney or Brisbane or Melbourne compare to your competitors in the market?
In Docker River, we have no competitors, I guess, in the sense that this is the only site for many hundreds of kilometres. But the reality is, and I think this has been identified through the Royal Commission's processes, is that salaries and wages in aged care are low by comparison to other clinical professions, and including the public hospital system, which is a major competitor for the staff that we would employ. So, we face challenges because of that, of course, and whilst we would love to be able to pay our staff more, the funding model is simply not sustainable above the current level.
All right. Was there anything that either of you wish to add to your statements, or that you think that the Commission needs to be aware of, that you would like to raise at this stage?
No, look, I think that we would agree that the services we run, we're quite privileged to have the opportunity to run. These are, in some ways, iconic parts of Australia's history, really. They're very, very challenging, and we are there because we're motivated to provide care for these people, not because there's a financial incentive to do that. And I note your comments, Council, earlier in the day, which essentially was that most, or in fact all of the providers in these locations are not-for-profits, and I think that demonstrates that you need to have a motivation other than a financial motivation to operate in these very remote communities.
All right. What about you, Ms Bridges? What would you like to say to the Commission?
Comments earlier around attracting people to the workforce is something that's particularly pertinent in these areas, and the message that I would like to get out there is around the amazing experience and challenge that people have in working in these locations. The calibre of the staff that we get out there, we have very committed people that are out there, but it's few and far between that people want to come to these locations. So if people could, I guess, experience and see the benefits in working in places like Docker River and Mutijulu, as far as their experience of the sophisticated culture, working with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, the multi-skills that you develop in working in very remote locations. And I guess it is clinically challenging, which makes it attractive to nurses to go to these locations. Although we don't seem to get that message out there when we talk about aged care. It's not the general kind of stigma.
I wanted to ask you a couple more questions about food. I think in Thursday Island, there's an issue about getting the fresh fish that the residents like onto their plate. Could you explain what the problem there is?
Yes, so there's a lot of regulation around food safety, and then also regulations in the aged care environment which prevent us from catching and preparing local fish in our kitchens. It doesn't follow the basic food safety standards, and there's, I think, 3 different levels of regulatory compliance around that: local council, and then state, and then also the aged care regulatory compliance. So we have to do workarounds to ensure that fish is an affordable and regular item on our menu. We have to buy imported frozen fish, and have it delivered to Thursday Island. Or we do workarounds with family, and we're relying on the goodwill of family when we do that, which is not really fair on them. It's at a cost that they're going hunting and providing fish. So they need to prepare at home or in their kitchens, and then bring it into the service to share with elders.
Have you had discussions with the local council about this? I presume it's a local government regulation.
We've had discussions at lots of levels around this. So local council do our food safety inspections. We've also sort of raised it on the national advisory groups that I'm a part of for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander aged care. So there's definitely more work to be done in that space to enable that to happen.
In Docker River, what's the food that people like there?
A very popular item is kangaroo tails.
Do you supply that?
We do. You can buy kangaroo tails in the shop, and local people that have the ability to go hunting can also bring them in for their residents, and the same kind of regulations would apply if it was bought in, but if it's purchased from the shop, it can be cooked in the facility and is cooked on our fire.
Right. Commissioners, they were my questions.
would a creative way of getting round the fish problem at the Torres Strait Islands be to get some relatives to bring in some food already prepared?
Yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah. Two other matters are rising out of your evidence in relation to the Torres Strait. How far away do your carers have to go to get their basic qualifications? They have to go into Cairns or?
No, there are training organisations on Thursday Island, such as TAFE, that deliver the training for personal care workers.
Yeah. We've heard a lot of evidence about the potential need to register carers nationally because people move around and they may be found unsuitable for whatever reason in one state and just move on to the next state and nobody knows that they've been found to be unsuitable. If such a regime were to be put in place, would that create problems for you in recruiting carer staff?
As long as there was a way that we could assist our care staff to register, the difficulties we have with paperwork is more around identification. But if there was a way to work around that, having a register, I think, is a positive thing.
Good. Well, look, thank you both. We have not had any detailed evidence about the problems that necessarily arise in conducting care facilities in very remote areas, and it's been very helpful to us today to hear your evidence and to get some insight into just what those problems are and how they might be overcome. But the country, I think, is very much in the debt of your organisation for providing facilities that realistically would not be provided if you weren't providing them in many areas. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr Bolster, I notice we're well ahead of schedule. 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock, thank you, Commissioner.
Good. Please adjourn.
All stand. The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 2 p.m.
Professor Leon Flicker. Professor Flicker will take an affirmation.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Thank you, Ms. Morgan.
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
Please have a seat or stand as you Flicker, Professor Flicker. Council. There should be a copy of your statement there on the table in front of you. Is that your statement?
That is.
And do you wish to make any amendments to your statement?
No, I don't.
Are its contents to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
I tender the statement of Professor Flicker.
Yes, the witness statement of Professor Flicker dated the 27th of May 2019 will be adjourned 4-6.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Professor Flicker. I just want to start with your expertise and expertise. Could you describe your recent relevant role?
I'm the Professor of Geriatric Medicine at the University of Western Australia, where I've been since 1998. I'm also the Director of the Western Australian Centre for Health and Ageing 2005. I'm a consultant geriatrician at Royal Geriatrician since 1998.
And you've written extensively, and I won't read out.
Care. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have that preference more than non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And that's for a number of reasons, which partly is why they're less likely to go to residential care. But culturally safe and appropriate services is one of the major reasons why they prefer community care as opposed to residential care.
I might just pause you there, Professor Flicker, and ask if there's a problem with the audio.
Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have that preference more than non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And that's for a number of reasons, which partly is why they're less likely to go to residential care. But culturally safe and appropriate services is one of the major reasons why they prefer community care as opposed to residential care.
I might just pause you there, Professor Flicker, and ask if there's a problem with the audio. Are we dropping in and out? I'm not sure if that's because it's all good. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So you mentioned that that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people may consider that residential care is not culturally sensitive or not culturally appropriate to their needs. Could you tell us a bit more about that and a bit more about the delivery of residential care to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people?
So firstly, it has to be there, nearby. So people who live in rural and remote conditions may not have a nearby service. So if somebody doesn't have a nearby service, it means that they're going to move from their family and friends, which happens for non-Aboriginal people as well. But the other thing that complicates the matter for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people is that they are moving from country. So a lot of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have an innate attachment to the land that they're living in. And this is more than you would expect in a non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander situation. So because of that, moving off country is a big deal for them, and so they view that.
Professor Philippa,
Yep.
I'd just ask you to move. We're going to move your mic back a bit.
Is it better
So you
that
don't-
way?
Yeah.
Better?
Thank you. So you're talking about the delivery of culturally appropriate care to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
That's right. So the next point, so firstly, it may not be available and they have to move a long way. The other thing is that the care has to be culturally safe. And this means that the staff have to be trained in how to manage and how to assess and treat older Aboriginal people. And this is something that does not necessarily come intuitively. So there is a need for cultural safety training. Now, the staff in many residential care services and community services come from a wide range of backgrounds, often not Australian born, and they may have very little understanding of the history and perspective of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in Australia. So they have very little understanding of what they're dealing with, and then they don't necessarily have a respect for some of the practices that are innate to that group of people. And even for Australian-born people, there's often little understanding of the recent history and perspectives of Aboriginal people. So for those reasons, cultural safety may not be apparent in the residential care place, and that will mean that there will be tension between both the Aboriginal people and Torres Strait Islander people in that residential care facility and also the family members who come to visit.
Thank you, Professor Flicker. So turning to another point of difference, why is, for aged care planning purposes, why is 50 the relevant age for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and for others it's 70 or 75?
This has got a long history. So the 70 figure was always plucked from the air for non-Aboriginal people. So let me state that at the beginning, that the 70 figure was just notional even at the beginning. So we know that for non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, the average age of people in residential care is in the mid-80s. So most of the needs are in the 75 plus age group. By far the majority of people in residential care fall into that age group, but we use a 70 plus division, and it was because it was a simple measure trying to determine the needs of a population. And it's been used for planning purposes to derive some sort of population estimates for individual areas around Australia so that we could then derive some idea of how many places, both community care and residential care, could be allocated to those areas. We know that the disability rates for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are much greater, and they occur at an earlier age. And a notional age of 50 was used in the planning, again with virtually no access to the data. It was again plucked from the air. Whether that's equivalent to the population over the age of 70 non-Aboriginal, the needs basis for those two groups is really unknown. As far as I'm aware, nobody's ever done that study. Nobody's ever actually worked out whether there are better population estimates for non-Aboriginal people, let alone for Aboriginal people. My guess is it's not too bad. I think it's probably pretty comparable, but it's a guess. And as has been tabled now by the Commission, the figures from 2011 would suggest that the disability rates for people over the age of 50 would mirror the disability rates over the age of 70 for non-Aboriginal people. But there would need to be a lot more work on that.
I want to come to that point about the choice of care mode a little bit later, but on the topic of ageing and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, what is the normal onset of ageing in your view?
We have evidence that the onset of the ageing-related syndromes occur at a much younger age than in non-Aboriginal people, at least 10 years earlier and possibly longer. So we would hesitate to use words that they age, that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people age earlier, but what happens is they exhibit disability rates and the syndromes associated with ageing up to 20 years earlier than non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So we're seeing rates in the 50 plus age group that normally we would see in the 70s and beyond in non-Aboriginal people.
Thank you, Professor. And I should acknowledge that using words like normal is a bit fraught, but we're talking in terms of general propositions, and I appreciate you responding to that. Is there any evidence that the gap is closing between the ageing Aboriginal population and the ageing general population in terms of the data?
Probably the answer is no. This table by the Commission is the 2016 report, but that notices that there are more people now who have identified themselves as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, which is probably appropriate, but it means that there are some of those people who are less likely to be disabled. If you allow for the changes in the denominator, the people in the total group, there is no evidence that disability is changing. One of the things that we really don't know in non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people is whether disability rates are changing dramatically either. There's some evidence that Australians are living a little bit healthier and a little bit less disabled with time, but that evidence is, again, slightly biased because when we have done the we as a country has done those serial measurements, we've changed the question slightly, which may change some of the answers.
So when you talk about changing the question slightly, is that with reference to the census data?
And the disability and handicap data and other data sources that are used to construct those data.
Oh, thank you, Professor. Operator, could you bring up tab 70 in the general tender bundle? And I'd like to go to figure 5, which is at native page 7.
While that's being done, Professor, is there a distinction between rural-based Aboriginal people and city-based Aboriginal people, taking into account those statistics you were looking at earlier?
Firstly, the overall statistics would suggest that rural-based are a little bit worse, rural and remote in general, in the community. That's for both Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people living in a rural situation. It's not a good thing in Australia for a number of reasons. When we've looked at the overall, when we've looked in depth in both our study and a study done in New South Wales in Sydney and in rural New South Wales, there seems to be relatively little difference in the rates of dementia and ageing syndromes. So that work's been led by Kylie Radford at the University of New South Wales, and she and her group have found pretty similar results to the data that we found in remote Aboriginal people in the Kimberley.
Well, one would assume that city-based Aboriginal people would have greater access to medical facilities than their country equivalents, but that doesn't seem to make any great difference.
There's quite a literature about this, that merely having availability doesn't mean that people access the services. So Aboriginal people in urban centres often access services poorly for a number of reasons. And it may not be much better in urban centres than it is in rural and remote areas. And locality and culturally safe services can vary from place to place. So once again, it's it can be quite good in some areas, and in the nearby area it can be terrible.
Yes, Ms. Bergen.
The figure on the screen is taken from Paper 14 population projections prepared by the Centre for Aboriginal Economic Policy Research at the ANU, and is part of a paper produced by Dr. Nicholas Biddle. Now, this figure has been referred we've been referred to this figure, and even though there has been a more recent census, there's not a comparable figure in the more recent analysis done by the ANU. And I just wanted to present that to you and ask you if you'd agree, and it sounds from what you've said as though you would, that at a general proposition, age-specific disability rates are higher among Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people than non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people at all ages. Is that a fair comment?
That is a fair comment.
So referring to that report, it seems clear that there are large, or that figure, it seems clear that there are large numbers of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people over the age of 50 in need of support as a general proposition.
That's also true, yes.
And my question is whether that support will be better delivered through the aged care system or through the NDIS or through another avenue of support. What's your view about that?
The most important criteria that you need is that you need access to culturally appropriate services, whether that's provided by the NDIS, National Disability Insurance Scheme, or whether it's provided by aged care services, is relatively a secondary consideration. One of the things that we know is that ageing syndromes are more apparent in younger Aboriginal people, but mostly those syndromes still occur in the 60s, 70s and 80s. So if you looked at Aboriginal people in residential care, they're mostly in that age group rather than in under 65. But there's no doubt there's huge unmet needs, disability in people over the age of 50 in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. We also know that until the NDIS appeared, that it was very difficult for adults from anybody to access the disability schemes after the age of 50. It was just a very unusual, it was hard to penetrate that system for adults, whether they were Aboriginal or non-Aboriginal. So the ability for Aboriginal people to access the NDIS is a good one. To make sure that those services are culturally appropriate would be fantastic. And the flexibility of those services for people who may have disabling conditions that are relatively poorly associated with ageing. For example, if somebody has acquired brain injury due to head trauma, it would be most appropriate for them to access the NDIS. And those services would be tailored for them. But it depends whether what service is available and the appropriateness of that service.
So when you talk about the appropriateness of that service, is that a reference to cultural safety?
It's a reference to cultural safety and availability. So in rural and remote, often do not have specialised services for individuals anyway, whether Aboriginal or non-Aboriginal. But the cultural safety is of paramount importance. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people will not access culturally unsafe services. They just won't take them on.
So in a remote area, there may be only one service, and is it your view that some care is better than no care? How far should that be pushed?
So one of the things that I've tried to indicate in my evidence is the Lungra model of care. So can I just explain to the Commission a bit about that? So after we completed our initial studies of people with dementia in remote areas in the Kimberley, we tried to work out how services could be remodelled to provide care, because at the time there were very little services provided to remote communities. And the reason is because of the economies of scale, so that the then HAC services, home care packages, wouldn't have enough services to operate in a community. We were fortunate that we were able to form a partnership with the Luma community to trial a new model, and that was the Lungra model of care. And what we did, and we were also fortunate that we were able to convince the relative partners from the service providers to participate in the model. So we were able to get the then HAC services, the home care package people, the mental health people and the disability services people to pool their funds to provide a single point of care for that community. So at the time, and Luma is a community of around 350 people, and at the time that we started this, there were 8 people who were in the community receiving predominantly meals services, and that was it. There was no personal care offered at that time because it was unable to be provided. Within a few months, 28 people were identified, and some of them had severe and profound disability. They had not identified themselves as requiring assistance because there was no assistance that was available. And that was the first lesson for me, that if the service isn't there, people will not identify themselves as disabled or needing assistance. And then over the next 12 months, we went from just a few, under around 100 services per month, to 1,800 services a month. So it was a dramatic difference trying to provide personal care services. The important thing was to have an independent broker for the various services, because otherwise the divisions between each of those services, the mental health versus disability versus aged care, can become overwhelming. So an independent broker and strong community support and community ownership was really important. The reason why we chose Luma at the time was that the council wanted it. The council were very upset at older people going off country and going to Derby for residential care. So the council was a great supporter for the new model.
Which council was that?
The Luma Community Council.
Was it the Luma Community Council?
Yeah. Aboriginal Council.
It was an Aboriginal council.
Yeah.
And to what extent did you do relationship building in commencing that pilot project with the local people?
We've been very fortunate. Luma was one of the communities that we had been involved in identifying the Kimberley Indigenous Cognitive Assessment Tool. So that was one of the communities we'd worked with there. We had been involved with them in our initial prevalence study. They were, as a community, they were very interested in the problems of their older people, and they wanted to help keep their older people on land. So they were, throughout our studies they had been involved in previously, they had been incredibly obliging and flexible with us. I mean, yeah.
So in demographic terms, why was Luma appropriate?
In demographic terms, it's a medium-sized community. It's probably a fairly average community in other terms. It has all the problems of small communities. In Aboriginal communities, it has the remoteness. But it also had. But I must say, it had advantages. It was a community that really wanted to change. It wanted some action. So that was by far the biggest advantage it had.
So how did you quoted some statistics earlier about the rapid increase in the delivery of services during the time of your pilot project. How did you collect data and evaluate that data?
Well, you heard this morning actually that the care coordinator from Bidjaganga was talking about her tick boxes, the tick sheets. So each time the service is provided, they have a tick to work out the number of services, which is important for funding and other mechanisms. And that's one of the major things we looked at was the tick services, the services provided to individuals.
So what were the key outcomes of the project?
The outcomes were, we both have anecdotal outcomes and also qualitative outcomes, and we also had quantitative outcomes. The quantitative outcomes were that we provided more services and that a service model which allowed pooling of resources and community ownership worked, and it seemed that we were able to provide more services to more people. We identified far more people, almost more than 3 times the number of people that were at the beginning. Anecdotally, we had a number of people who were providing services, both mental health, aged care, disability, who talked about the fact that their clients had been dramatically altered by the service, that they were happier, more engaged, they were more mobile, that the service actually delivered something tangible to those people in a very real way. And qualitatively, the service was well regarded by the community as a whole. So on a number of fronts, we were able to show that the model worked.
So with reference to the this significant increase in services, was trust of significance?
Trust and ownership and respect. I mean, part of the issue was that the community had been listened to, and there was a sense that this was a service that they wanted, and you can hear it already in some of the people today. There's very little interest in community members on where the money is coming from to provide the service. They just want the service provided. And the trouble is there are arcane and numerous pathways for the sources of funds, and these mechanisms are of no interest in people receiving the funds and the resources. They really just want a service which is available to everybody in Australia mostly, but they just want that service as well.
Professor, you wrote an article about this pilot model called Lungara Nora, a pilot model of care for aged and disabled in a remote community. Can it work? I've included that in the tender bundle. Yeah. And I'd just like to quote a sort of a practical example of the effectiveness of the program, which was described by an allied health professional who visited the Luma Community Monthly. One particular client had a severe condition that limited his ability to walk or manage his personal hygiene. He had not walked for many months and was unable to access his toilet or shower, and his mental state was very low. However, the project has enabled him to receive regular personal care services, improving his personal hygiene, that enabled him to partake in valued activities such as fishing. Are there other examples you would like to share with the Commission to illustrate the effectiveness of the program?
I probably just would refer the Commission to the documents and the fact that there are a number of anecdotal reports that we had from the time. It was actually a major problem when the service discontinued, and the service was reduced somewhat in scope. Still present, but not to the same degree as it was. And one of the things that we noticed was it wasn't the same intensity of that service afterwards.
Mm-hmm. So the pilot had a steering committee, as you mentioned, consisting of representatives from the Community Council, government and NGOs. Could you talk a bit more about the importance of the influence of the steering committee on decisions and in the outcomes?
It's really important that the community be part of the engagement of this service. We did this model of care in an Aboriginal community, but it's actually of relevance not just to Aboriginal communities, it's of relevance to small communities generally in Australia, because what happens is that small communities generally don't have the infrastructure or the capacity to provide all the services for each of the alcohol services, disability, whatever. There's just not the economy of scales that's required. So it's really important to gather both the community's wishes, aspirations, and also the service providers to come to some sort of agreement to what is the priority in that community and how is it going to be funded. One of the problems we have is, for example, in both the NDIS and the home care packages, is that they are funded for individuals. But if there's no service there, those individual packages can't be provided. So somehow there has to be a pooling of funds to allow for those services to be provided.
How many other communities want these sorts of changes?
I think, I have no idea. We would have no idea. But if you just looked at rural Australia generally, the ability for people to stay in their own homes, even in quite reasonable sized towns often requires the availability of personal care supports in their own home. And that's the sort of thing that can be best done by pooling resources if there's no service available.
Professor Flicker, what were the challenges in this pilot project?
There's always challenges when you're getting service providers who have different views about matters, trying them to work together to come up with common priorities. There's challenges with risk-taking. And we've heard before about in Aboriginal communities, there's often some degree of risk associated with providing services, and that's got to be balanced in some way. We very much struggle to get an NGO to take on this service, to auspice this service, when the university left it as a broker, because it's very hard for an NGO to manage that risk in small communities as well. And that's both financial risk, occupational health, and there's lots of risks associated with remote communities.
There are lots of risks. Professor Flicker, we heard this morning about delivery of services on Thursday Island, and one of the risks mentioned by Ms Tamara Bridges, who works for ARCS, was in relation to food preparation, and in particular ensuring that residents have access to culturally appropriate food. Did you hear that evidence?
No, I didn't, but I've heard what it was about, the idea that preparing recently caught fish but not necessarily certified by any manufacturer became an issue. Again, this is a sort of the risk-taking that people have all the time, that Aboriginal people in remote communities often eat some traditional foods. It's not necessarily going to be the goanna that they hunt isn't necessarily going to be certified as safe for human consumption, but again, that's such a traditional part of life of some of these small communities that it seems churlish by people interfering with it, frankly.
Now, in terms of the long-term outcomes, was ongoing funding made available for the Luma pilot project to continue?
We were, the community was able to obtain resources to provide a sort of a slightly stepped-down service, but it continued on in Luma, and personal care is now being offered. So perhaps it wasn't the full service as we had envisaged, but it was certainly better than what was there before we started. So it was an outcome worth going through.
Thank you, Professor. I just want to take you back to the topic that we were on before we started talking about the Luma pilot project, and ask you a bit more about the mode of care and the mode of care that's most appropriate to be delivered to people falling within the gap, if you like, between 50 and an older age in the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander population. So in Western Australia, for example, we've heard that the NDIS is still being rolled out. Does that affect the level of unmet need in Western Australia?
But the disability services has always been a difficult problem for people over the age of 50. So previously, people over the age of 50 with a new adult acquired disability were relatively low priority for the disability services. And so they often fell through the gaps then, and aged care services would be provided if disability services weren't able to be offered. With the NDIS, that has allowed some of those people to be picked up by the disability services, the NDIS, and is something that's worthwhile often for people. For Aboriginal people, again, it may be a very worthwhile service, depending on what the service availability is in that local area.
And then in terms of the causes of disability, you mentioned head trauma and the example of someone with a disability in the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community who then may most appropriately be assisted by the NDIS. How common is head trauma in this community?
Head trauma is incredibly common in Aboriginal communities generally. I think in our studies it was close on 50% of Aboriginal people answered the question, have you ever been hit on the head so as to lose consciousness? So it's much more common than in non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities.
Thank you, Professor. Now, before I move away from that topic, was there anything else you wanted to add on
No,
the theme?
I think.
All right, well, let's turn to the topic of assessment and navigation into aged care. I want to ask you a bit more about dementia and the causes and diagnosis of cognitive decline in Aboriginal people. So what are the causes of cognitive decline in Aboriginal people as they age?
We don't have a full picture. So one of the things that we should talk about generally is that in non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, we assume that the commonest cause of dementia is what's called the dementia of Alzheimer's type, or Alzheimer's disease dementia, which is a condition where there's an insidious onset, slowly progressive, associated with age, affecting people's memory first. That's what the sort of thing. If you look at Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, the commonest form of dementia is an Alzheimer's type dementia that fulfills those criteria. So, and in non-Aboriginal communities, non-Aboriginal people, we would say that syndrome is something we don't fully understand. We know that family history is important. We know that midlife blood pressure and obesity might increase the risk. Diabetes might increase the risk. Education decreases the risk. On the whole, the risk factors are very similar in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Head injury, because it's more commonplace, seems to be a bigger risk factor. But again, we're finding things like high blood pressure, the presence of strokes, those sort of things, that diabetes, those sort of things that we think increase the risk in non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people work the same in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Poor education, again, increases the risk. So the risk factors are remarkably similar. But one of the things that happens in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people is that the risks are much greater. The risk factors on the whole are much greater, and the dementia is much earlier. So looking at this, there's my colleagues from the University of New South Wales, in particular Professor Tony Bro, have described a life course approach to dementia, where Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people seem to exhibit the fact that a life course approach where relatively poor education, risk factors in childhood are manifest throughout life, with later risk factors culminating in dementia in late life. So it's a life course problem associated with risk factors.
Thank you, Professor. So in terms of this life course approach, you mentioned that education decreases the risk of cognitive decline. To what extent are these causes influenced by socioeconomic factors?
The socioeconomic factors, and in particular poverty, magnify these risk factors. So we know that all these risk factors are actually much more common in people who are poor, and that's around the world. The sort of rates that we found in people with dementia in the Kimberley are only found in communities like, for example, an Arab population in Israel, other communities that are relatively deprived and have life course factors associated, risk factors associated with cognitive impairment.
Then turning to barriers, we've heard about the barriers for the general population entering aged care. Specifically, we've heard about problems with my aged care, and we heard you might have been present for some of the evidence this morning on that question. I want to ask you something important, although all the questions are important, of course. What additional barriers do Aboriginal people in remote locations face accessing aged care?
It's tortuous for a literate middle-class Melbourneian. It's impossible for a remote Kimberley Aboriginal person who may not be literate, may not own a computer, may not even own a landline or a mobile phone that can wait 35 minutes. The idea that this is a system that is navigable by the average client is is basically absurd. So the people who use my aged care and remote Aboriginal people have largely been assisted by family members, if available, or sometimes service providers. It's very, very difficult for people in remote communities to navigate this system.
So just on that, the problems of access, what assumptions are built into the system that may prevent an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander person from accessing aged care?
Literacy, there's literacy assumptions, there's computer literacy assumptions, there's assumptions about what's available in the surrounding environment for you. There's so many assumptions around. And even getting proper assessments can be even difficult as well.
So then also in terms of access, why is diagnosis of cognitive impairment more difficult, if you'd agree it is more difficult?
Cognitive impairment has been more difficult traditionally, and in fact that's one of the reasons why we developed the Kimberley Indigenous Cognitive Assessment. In the early 2000s there was no tool, there was no simple instrument to detect whether an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island person had cognitive impairment or not. So, for example, often say if a mini mental state examination was applied to somebody, they would score a low score even if an interpreter had been used. So it was not just a problem of language. And when you actually talk to that person, you realise that they didn't have cognitive impairment. So the problem was that we had no simple way of measuring cognitive impairment. And that's why, my colleagues, Dina Judichair and Kate Smith and I set about trying to develop the Kimberley Indigenous Cognitive Assessment Tool.
What is the Kicker tool?
It's a fairly simple tool which was just used to see if we could measure the memory and some of the other cognitive functioning of people who were in remote situations who didn't necessarily have any formal education. In our initial group that we studied in the Kimberley, only 40% of them had completed a year of schooling. So it's quite different from non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and even different from people from culturally and linguistically diverse groups who usually have had some form of formal education in a place overseas. So we had to devise a tool that was fair to the cognitive abilities of people, that didn't rely on those sort of cultural norms that we assumed.
Mm-hmm. So when you talk about cultural norms, can the Kicker tool be translated into local Aboriginal languages and not lose its effectiveness?
So that was one of the things that we did right at the beginning, was that we translated it to Walmajari and then back translated it to make sure it was still the same instrument. We applied it in different languages. We were fortunate. We got a lot of assistance for no money at the beginning, where the linguistic groups in the Kimberley assisted us with trying to work out what the terms meant and how we could apply them, so that it was, as far as we could tell at the beginning, and probably is, that it's a fair instrument to use through any of the language groups.
How tailored are the questions in the tool to an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander audience?
They're reasonably tailored. They're respectful. We have used it, or not we, with colleagues, we've used it in the Northern Territory and also in far north Queensland. My colleague Eddie Strivens has used it up in far north Queensland and the Torres Strait. And there's been some minor modifications required on some of the pictures, for example. We've lost the pension week question because that doesn't occur every 2 weeks now. But we've had some minor alterations over the years, but it's been reasonably appropriate for most of those communities.
So you mentioned that Professor Strivens has been involved in validating the tool in far north Queensland.
Yep.
He was a witness in this Royal Commission in the Adelaide Hearings 1. To what extent has it been validated elsewhere, either in Australia or overseas?
It's been validated quite a lot. It's also been used by the New South Wales group in urban and rural New South Wales. So it tends to be most applicable to Northern Australia. So the Brisbane line, maybe anything north of Brisbane, I don't know. But certainly Northern Australia and Aboriginal people, it seems to be the most applicable, and remote Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. It's been adapted for use in Canada. So the First Nation people in Canada, it's been tried and seems to be going reasonably well. We are using it, well, we're not using it, but there's a group adapting it for American Indians. They've looked at it in New Zealand, but they're probably going down a different route. They're not necessarily using the kicker, but something that's sort of being inspired by the kicker with Maori. It's been used a bit. There's somebody in Brazil trying it out. We've had somebody in Iran trying it as well. So it's been used in lots of different places in the world.
Professor, you've already touched upon this a little bit already, but it's important. So I want to ask you, when you talk about a culturally fair tool, what are you talking about for our purposes?
We're talking about a tool that's culturally safe, that's been developed with the target group, Aboriginal people. It's been developed with them, not for them, but with them. The questions have been tailored from the beginning to be relevant. They are not seen to be judgmental, respectful, and appropriate. I mean, that's probably the main things, and still has the qualities that we require to assess cognition, which I might add, Aboriginal people require. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people have worked out that they need it as well.
So obviously there's trust then from the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in this tool. What are the consequences of not providing culturally safe testing and culturally safe care?
What happens is we don't know which people have cognitive impairment and not. And for non-Aboriginal people, when we don't know that, there's a lot of consequences because we expect people to behave in certain ways, and when they don't do so and we think that they're not cognitively impaired, non-Aboriginal people will apply blame and repercussions to those people. For Aboriginal people, there's a lot of things that people with cognitive impairment and dementia do in a situation which is not culturally appropriate and would produce stigma within the community. So they need to know very much so whether somebody has dementia, and that's why they're behaving in a culturally inappropriate fashion.
Professor, it's a difficult topic, but in your statement you say at paragraph 16, unfortunately, frank racism is commonplace. Why is that?
This is I think I referred to that in residential care and community care.
Yes.
I think racism is reasonably common everywhere, and not just in those services, but it is common enough. And when it does occur, people become immediately distrustful of the entire service. It's something that's produces such a negative reaction, particularly with the history of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. The history is so recent and often quite raw that this sort of just it provokes immediate reaction.
So what would the consequences be of entering residential care for someone from the stolen generation?
That just puts another layer of distrust on. The stolen generation, the word that probably describes it most is the trauma of that earlier upbringing and uprooting. The distrust of institutions and services that has resulted in may produce a particular problem for when people are going into residential care. So we knew that that people who had experienced during the Second World War, who had experienced institutional disasters, Holocaust survivors, people who've been tortured or imprisoned falsely on political beliefs, those people are very difficult to manage in residential care once they have cognitive impairment, because often the situation produces vivid reminders of previous trauma. So this again, and at this stage we're at the beginning of this process, but again it's going to be very likely going to have the trouble where the trauma will be relived.
Thank you, Professor. So then before I move off the topic of the kicker tool, what is the plan? You mentioned that it's been validated in Australia and offshore. What's the plan for the tool moving forward?
We could just continue using it. I think it's actually just a part of the normal systems now. It's used in the aged care assessment teams when appropriate. It's just another useful thing that we can have around us to help make diagnoses of cognitive impairment. It's actually only a screen. One of the things that we've tried to emphasise most importantly is it defines a group of people who need further looking at to see whether they have a problem, how severe their problem, how it's impacting them and their family. And that's the important part of any cognitive screen.
Professor, might I ask, for the benefit of we commissioners, could you tell us some of the sorts of questions you might ask as part of the kicker tool so we can understand what the differences might be?
Well, I'd have to table the tool, Commissioner. I think that's probably the easiest thing to do.
Okay.
Rather than get the words wrong, I'd table the tool.
Right, thanks.
We've talked a bit about the many and varied reasons for a distrust of aged care services provided under the Commonwealth system. What are the consequences of mistrust generally?
The mistrust produces aggression and anxiety from people, often behavioural disturbance for people with cognitive impairment who are struggling with the system anyway, and often aggression from family members who are everywhere. Family members are the person's advocate. And if they're mistrustful, they think they need to advocate more.
Thank you, Professor. Now, we've talked a little bit about access. I want to ask you about your practice in provision of geriatric services. How accessible are geriatric services in remote Australia?
So I know the West Australian situation the best. So we, outside the large rural centres, there's no resident geriatrician. There are aged care assessment teams based in every region in Western Australia. They do visit. There's a very good team based here in Broome, who we've had a lot to do with over the years. And so these services often consist of allied health professionals. They don't have an in-house geriatrician. So there's a visiting geriatrician to this service. And there's often telehealth augmenting that service. One of the things that we feel reasonably strongly is that there needs to be in-person visiting service, and telehealth should be augmenting it rather than replacing it, because there's quite a lot more that the visiting geriatrician does besides just assessments. They do actually quite a lot in providing in-house training and education of allied health staff and nursing staff, and generally of the people they see as well. So it's one of the models of visiting services trying to augment the often reasonable allied health services in communities. The service here, for example, travels a lot. It has to go to a lot of quite small communities. It tries to cover them all. It has a big, the Kimberley's the size of Victoria, so it has a big area to go around with not that many people.
Is telehealth part of your practice?
It has been. We've evaluated telehealth. It is an effective model of care. We've evaluated it in the assessment of people with dementia, not in Aboriginal people with dementia, but we've validated it in non-Aboriginal people with dementia. It seems to work reasonably. The service is good if it's best done if you have in the distant place staff who are pretty competent at doing cognitive assessments and also other bits and pieces of general assessments, and then the telehealth is the most valuable in that situation, where it just provides the final medical augmentation of the service. It's less useful when there's not that remote capability in the service.
So you talked just then about the delivery of services to the whole population. In cities like Melbourne and Sydney, staff can call the DB Mass service. Is there a substitute in remote areas?
It's very difficult to substitute that here. So the mental health services are sometimes called, the geriatric services are sometimes called, sometimes the internal medicine service. It's very difficult to provide that support for people with challenging behaviours, both in residential care and community care. So there's less options available.
Turning to NATSIFlex, which is also known as NATSIFAC, to what extent, so NATSIFlex operates outside the Aged Care Act, and providers are block funded based on an agreed allocation of aged care places and the type of places, whereas ACFI, for ACFI there are two levels of residential care and home care, high and low. Do you have any view about the effectiveness of NATSIFlex measured as against ACFI in the provision of services to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people?
It sounds like a great idea, but I've got no direct experience, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Professor. Now, turning to a couple of brief topics, do you need to take a break? Or
I'm good if you are.
Okay, very good. In relation to the palliative care situation, in more remote communities where culture is strong, we've heard about need for a special room. We heard this morning about the room provided by ARCS, where family members can stay when a resident is palliating, and ceremonies can be conducted. Could you please explain how this works in your perspective or in your experience?
I'm by no means an expert in this, but for Aboriginal people approaching death, there's a lot of cultural taboos associated with that, and there are a lot of concerns which are more so than non-Aboriginal people. So there is certain taboos about mentioning death, about dying, about explaining that to Aboriginal people, which is important and requires considerable time and training. So the physical infrastructure is important because if you're providing a resource and somebody dies and the whole place has to have a smoking ceremony, that's obviously an issue for other people who might use that facility in the future. But there's also a lot of support and counselling for both the people who are providing that palliative care service and also the community who are using it. So there's a lot of bridges to cover. It requires a lot of Aboriginal liaison officer involvement, people who can have a bridge between the two cultures involved so that they can understand the concerns and communicate it in a sensitive way.
Now, you were present for the evidence of Faye Dean and Madeleine Jedi earlier today, I think, if I'm not mistaken. How typical are their experiences of the communities you've worked in?
Well, they're actually pretty good, actually. I was very impressed with both of them. I mean, they're obviously doing a good job and obviously have worked out how to use some of the systems that have been offered to them for the maximum benefit of the community. I think they obviously worked out a lot of things and in a smart way too. I mean, I don't know if I would have been smart enough to do it that way. So they've obviously worked hard.
Thank you, Professor. Indeed, they have. So if you had a wish list for a reform to be proposed by this Royal Commission, and I gave you advance notice of this question so you could prepare your wish list, tell us what's on it.
So my 5 wishes. My first wish is for navigators. So these are funded key workers and advocates employed by Aboriginal controlled organisations. So these are people to help navigate My Aged Care and the National Disability Insurance Scheme, because those are both almost impenetrable system for Aboriginal people, not only in rural and remote, but also urban centres. So somebody who's employed to help navigate the system with people would be really useful. The next thing would be maybe we should be looking at Aboriginal controlled organisations auspicing age and community care services, age and community aged care services. It's happening in Brisbane, but I think that's about the only place I know at this moment, and maybe that's a model that needs further expansion. I would hope that maybe after this period of time we could look at maybe using the Noongar model of pooling resources from different services together in rural and remote Australia, because I think that has widespread applicability not just to Aboriginal communities but to rural communities of small numbers who don't really have enough people to provide service to their community using the traditional pillars that we have at this moment. I've got two more which are more sort of less tangible. I think we probably should be looking at a cultural strengths framework, that maybe we'll be looking at what actually is the outcomes that we're really wanting in the services, and maybe we're looking at an Aboriginal quality of life. My colleague Kate Smith is just about finished developing a quality of life tool for Aboriginal people called the Good Spirit, Good Life tool, which is a lot more based around the spiritual aspects, the attachment to country and culture, which I think may have a place in trying to evaluate services. And lastly, my fifth wish, is supporting the traditional roles of the elders, which is part of the Uluru Statement.
Thank you, Professor Flicker. Commissioners, that concludes my examination.
Thank you. Professor, I want to take you off on a different tangent, if I may, and it relates to the education of undergraduates and trainee specialists in geriatrics. To what extent does the undergraduate medical training in your own university, and if you are familiar with it in other Australian medical schools, equip budding doctors to be alert to the sort of cultural problems that they will face in treating Aboriginal patients, and in particular dealing with matters of dementia?
Yes, look, I can speak most from my own university. We have an Aboriginal component, an Aboriginal awareness component within our university, which is one of the streams. It's an important part, probably is not a huge part of the course, but it's an important part. We're actually a graduate program, but it's still part of the stream of the graduate program. My impression is generally of universities around Australia that this has become more a part of the traditional mainstream medical courses that that Newcastle, for example, started with an Aboriginal component, I think 20 years ago, of their course, and actually had specific Aboriginal people who were brought into the course as part of the trainees in medicine. So it's variable around Australia. I think in general it's getting a bit better. The principles of cultural safety are probably approached. We do try, in my university, we do try to make sure that at least some patients have been clerked and some reflection has taken place. It's not huge by any means. It's entering into the curriculum, which is a start.
What about postgraduate training?
Postgraduate training is more iffy. It depends on where in which postgraduate training they're doing and where they're doing it. So the cultural training, the cultural awareness training is often not taught very much, and if it is, it's usually just one introductory program, often online. the number of Aboriginal patients that people will see is very much dependent on which hospital they're in. The ability for people to gain much experience of Aboriginal liaison officers and culturally appropriate ways of dealing with patients is piecemeal, probably, at best. I think we're making inroads. As a group of medical educators, I think we're making inroads. I think it's pretty slow, but...
The demographics of ageing in this country suggests that we are in the not too distant future going to have many more times elderly people requiring care than presently is the case. Within your own specialty, are there enough training positions for future specialist geriatric specialists?
We're not doing badly. I mean, it's what I would say. So there are currently around 300 trainees across Australia and New Zealand. It's a 3-year program, so we're training 100 new geriatricians across Australia and New Zealand, which is not a bad number. I know that in Western Australia we train 20 geriatricians and about 6 or 7 finish each year in specialist geriatrics. And we're going from a community of around 72 geriatricians in Western Australia to about 120 to 140 over the next 10 years. I don't think we're doing too badly in specialist geriatric medicine. I think what we could probably be doing better is we haven't worked out how the geriatric workforce is utilised the best in residential care and community care. I think we've come backwards from our model of the aged care assessment team, which was very much part of the typical geriatrician's workload, and now it's becoming uncommon. And I think in so many ways, geriatricians are becoming much more involved in acute medical care, which I think is appropriate, but I don't think leaving community care is appropriate at all. So I think that that's been an issue which has worried me in recent times.
Well, I was going to ask you about that because you mentioned earlier that part of the answer to one of the questions I'd asked you was how often trainee doctors were seeing elderly Aboriginal patients in hospital. Am I right in having the impression that geriatricians, as a general rule, don't attend at aged care centres? They deal with people referred to them and do so in hospital?
You're right and not quite right. That is a big part of the geriatric practice, but there's also an ambulatory care practice which is run through clinics and through the aged care assessment team. The assessment team, aged care assessment teams had less and less geriatric medical input, but still has some. There's also clinics, ambulatory care, which is provided by public hospitals and also by private geriatricians. That is, the Aboriginal people use that less than they should for a number of reasons. We, as a group, haven't worked hard enough, including myself for that matter, but we haven't worked hard enough trying to make ambulatory care Aboriginal friendly. And one of the things that we need to do, I think, is establish more Aboriginal liaison officers and people, Aboriginal and direct links to Aboriginal controlled medical services so that we can provide that service better. But that's...
And is it part of your own practice to attend at Aboriginal accommodation facilities?
No, not at this moment. I'm just in the process of organising that, actually. So we're trying to organise a clinic at Derbil Yerrigan, which is Aboriginal controlled medical practice up the road from us. So that we're in the midst of trying to organise that. It's been, and I think one of the issues it's not just been our blindness, it's also been that when you're an Aboriginal controlled medical service, there's a lot of competing priorities, including women's and children's health, mental health, drug and alcohol service. There's a lot of priorities there, and ageing has not been necessarily a priority for those services either, and we're both recognising that's been a problem we need to address, and we need to somehow, and the funding streams do not support it. That's the other thing. So we have to somehow work around that a bit. And
Well, one of our terms of reference emphasises the need for the quality of care that is being provided both at home care services and in institutions. I'm just wondering whether you have a view as to whether the assurance of good quality care would be advanced if geriatricians on a more regular basis actually attended at these centres and conducted clinics.
yeah, I think that would be helpful, but one of the things that I notice in my own practice is that I'm not very helpful by myself. What I do, well, I spend most of my time when I'm seeing patients by myself is I'm just crossing off medications, just stopping medications and diagnosis, and maybe looking at other issues. The things that value add to my practice are the use of allied health staff members and in the multidisciplinary team. That's one of the things that I think is really important for geriatric medicine. And one of the things that if we're going into residential care facilities or community services, we have to establish that multidisciplinary team network. So I think that whatever I do is so much better if I have access to a physiotherapist who does their own assessments as well as provides input, an occupational therapist, a social worker. These people are paramount to my practice, and if I don't have access to the team, just going to a residential care facility by myself is not that helpful.
I did have in mind that not so much independent operation, but we've heard a lot of evidence, for example, about over-medication of patients, and I assume that applies to Aboriginal patients in the way that that does to the broader residential care community. Now, if there's somebody with the specialist qualifications that you and your colleagues have, then there would be the opportunity for a cautionary approach as part of a team.
I couldn't agree more. So we're currently involved in I'm involved in a couple of projects trying to look at decreasing medication use in residential care. The natural allies for us there are the pharmacists, because they're, again, looking at the quality of medication use within residential care. But we need a team approach, because one of the issues that we have with over-medication use, or too much psychotropic medication use in particular, is that you can't just withdraw the medications and say that that's it. Part of the problem that we have in residential care is that people's behaviour is complex. It's because not only of their cognitive impairment, but their nature and their history. There are triggers that are involved in challenging behaviours. We have to work through what they are. We need trained nurses who can understand this and can initiate non-pharmacological strategies to help. So we don't just want to take medications, though that would be a good thing, taking medications off people which is causing them harm, but we also want to put something in its place that would be better for people.
Yeah. Thank you. That's been very helpful.
I want to ask about something completely different, Professor Fricker. Throughout this morning's or today's evidence, we've heard a lot about trust. And it seems to me that the issue of trust seems to be way more important in the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community than it does in the community per se. I could be wrong about that. Maybe it is that the community per se is more trusting and has better outcomes from the services provided more generally? I don't know. But tell us a little more about trust and how it relates to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and why it is as it is.
Trust is earned. That's one of the things. We've all learnt to trust people, and the people we trust have largely earned it. A historical perspective of Aboriginal people in this land would say that maybe Aboriginal people should not trust us very much, non-Aboriginal people. And that would be to look at it in sort of the most objective terms, that some of the things that have happened in relatively recent times have not earned the trust of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And, you know, there's no way, and in no ways do I want to push and blame on every non-Aboriginal person, but I just think that we all bear some of that historical sort of affront. And so there's not an immediate acceptance that the person from authority is here to do them some good. The stolen generation were people from authority who came to take away people's children, and those people now are in their 50s and 60s. So this is relatively recent for a lot of people. So there's stark reminders of why Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people won't necessarily trust non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. The other thing is there's often quite a lot of cultural gap between Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And when there's a difference, the other, there's always a little bit of suspicion of the other, I think, in every community. And we see that with people from different lands, culturally and linguistically diverse people. We see the same sort of, uncertainty about trust in that situation as well. So I think there is that sense that trust has to be earned a bit, which may not occur in routine non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander sort of interactions.
Going on your 5 points then, do you think Aboriginal and aged care services should be almost entirely Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander controlled?
Yes and no, it should be, but it needs obviously monitoring, it needs efficiencies, it needs to be made sure that the quality is there, that the people are trained, all those things that we would expect in any service. That in any government's auspice service with Australian taxpayers' dollars, I personally would like to make sure that they're effective and evidence-based, as well as culturally appropriate and all those other things.
Anything arising out of that, Ms. Bird?
Thank you, Commissioners. Nothing arising.
Very well.
Witness may be excused.
Yes, certainly. Professor, thank you very much, and we've learned a great deal, and we're very grateful to you for giving us the benefit of your considerable expertise in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Any other matters this evening?
The only other matter, Commissioner, is the question of starting time for tomorrow.
9:30?
9:30.
Very well.
Thank you.
Commission will adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
All stand. The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 9:30 a.m. on Tuesday, 18th.